right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Charter School Review Board's November 6th and 7th meetings. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The mission of the Charter Schools Review Board is to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Ethics statement. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict of interest with respect to matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. We need to approve the minutes, actually, I guess from the last 2 months, correct? November and October. Those minutes were uploaded into eBoard.
Just October.
Just October?
Yeah.
I guess this is November, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I get approval of today's agenda? How about we start there?
Yes.
Approval of today's agenda.
I'll move that we accept the agenda as written.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Now let's approve October's minutes. Hopefully you've had a chance to read through those. Can I get a motion?
I did read them. I was not in attendance, but I will move that we approve them.
Second.
All right. Approval and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes unanimously as well. Just a quick summary before we jump into amendments. This is the third meeting of the third month meeting of the Charter School Review Board. Just kind of a quick update on where we stand right now. I think I have my numbers correct. Thus far, we have interviewed, in terms of new applicants, we've interviewed 9. There were a few that withdrew their application prior to their interview date. We have denied 3 of the applicants that we've interviewed thus far. There are 5 that we have offered to come back for a second interview, and there is 1 that we voted on Crossnor last month to go ahead and move them directly into RTO. That's sort of where we stand at this point. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Office of Charter Schools, and we'll start with amendments. Good morning.
Good morning. Nikki Nowinski from the Office of Charter Schools. I have an amendment request today from Movement Charter School to reduce their grade span at the Movement Freedom Campus. We do have representatives from the school here. As you can see. Good morning. So if you have any questions or if I say anything incorrectly, Jamie, please correct me, okay? So Movement Charter School 61T is a charter school in Mecklenburg County, currently serving approximately 600 students in K-8. They have been in operation since August of 2017. They are requesting a revision to the original charter to serve K-5, kindergarten through 5th grade, rather than the approved kindergarten through 8th grade. The board believes they will be unable to offer enough seats in the current 6th through 8th grades to accommodate the needs of the community. They also want to ensure they can focus time, talents, resources, and energy into building a strong K-5 model to close achievement gaps. They did consider budget implications, and on eBoard you do have their revised budget and their request letter and this executive summary for your reference. They did forecast 650 students in the K-5 model, and they believe that model is more sustainable and allows for larger per pupil spending than the K-8 model. They have made a decision to honor the commitment to the families who are currently enrolled in 6th through 8th grades. So beginning with the 24-25 school year, Movement Charter School will not enroll any 6th graders and only serve 7th and 8th. And then in the 25-26 school year, that will be the final year of middle school, only serving 8th grade. They have developed a communication timeline to ensure that all of their stakeholders are aware, and that began in August of 2023, informing the middle school staff of the changes. October 2023, middle school and fifth grade families were notified of the change, and they were also provided information for enrollment and lottery deadlines for the local PSUs and charter schools. November of 2023, the plan is that local middle schools will be notified of the change, and Movement Charter School would build partnerships with those schools to help with the transitions. December 2023, fifth grade families will be reminded of upcoming enrollment and lottery application deadlines. And then February 2023, fifth and eighth grade families transition to their new schools. They have submitted all required documentation, and the Office of Charter Schools is recommending that the review board approve Movement Charter Schools' request to reduce the grade span served from K-8 to K-5.
Thank you. You said they're here to answer questions that we might have?
Yes.
Okay. How many years have they been offering middle school?
This is the third year. If y'all want to come on up and answer.
Good morning. This will be his third year offering middle school.
Okay. Just clarifying the reason behind no longer wanting to do middle school. In the information we received, it's because you say you're not able, you will be unable to offer enough seats in current 6 through 8 to accommodate the needs. So is the need, that makes, I read that, it sounds like the need is great, and you're not able to accommodate that need.
So
Is it
right
the
now we
opposite?
have, so right now we have one middle school, and that middle school campus feeds our elementary school at Freedom Elementary. But we have other elementary schools. We have Southwest, we have Northwest, we have Eastland, and because we don't have plans to expand the middle school model, it's gonna be very challenging to let families know, like, hey, only some of our movement scholars have access to a middle school, while the others don't. So like, it will, of course, will be more seats, but we don't have plans to further expand those other schools as well. So then that just creates conflict within the organization.
So your pipeline of rising fifth graders is much larger than your ability to
Yes,
serve.
yes. So our goal, because we are big on just our students in general receiving the best education, our goal is to partner with local middle schools, with charter schools as well, that are doing great work to be sure that all of our students have access, they have a seat, and of course, aligned philosophies, et cetera, things of that nature. So that does ensure that all of our students get access to still a high quality education, just not necessarily from movement.
What's the reaction to parents? Because, I mean, I'll speak from my school. I'm a K-8 school. I mean, my parents, they enroll in kindergarten because they want to be there in 8th grade. And
Yeah.
they would not be happy if I pulled the rug out from under them. So what's the reaction been from parents on this?
That's a great question. Just note that we, of course, will never make a decision like this without, making sure that our families understand, are invested, and we have connected with our families. Our families fully do understand. You actually see a major drop off, and this is just historically, not necessarily with movement, from 5th grade to 6th grade, because a lot of families, like, yes, they were there since kindergarten, but they potentially may want a different experience for their scholar in middle school. For example, some families want access to sports, and they want to make sure that their students have these things, and that's not our model. That's not what we particularly go after. We particularly go after financial education. That's our specific thing. But a lot of families are like, well, I would like to join a really great basketball team, and we don't offer that. So you actually do see a drop off from 5th grade to 6th grade, and we end up actually filling the seats with just different students that didn't necessarily start with us in kindergarten. So that's just data that shows that piece. And then the second piece around the family's response, they get it. They're like, look, as long as you're saying you're not leaving us behind, as long as you're saying that you're walking us through this process, and there will be a great quality education in school and another opportunity, another option for us, we're with you. We believe in this thing that you guys are doing, and that's what we made the commitment to. The other thing is that any families that we made the commitment to, we're actually keeping those commitment, which was our last 5th graders. So those were the families that we said, hey, we're doing middle school all the way through. We were very intentional for the past couple of years about making sure that families knew that we were not going to continue to expand the growth of the middle school. So we did not set that expectation for those families. So we're like going all the way through, making sure that our commitment is something that we are upholding. So they've been very responsive and like very appreciative of that nature as well, because you're doing what you said you would do. And then our families that did not hear that message at Eastland, at Northwest, they just know that, of course, there will be a different middle school option.
Other questions?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify, so the movement model is the K-5 model, you're sort of refining that to be
Yes.
the model?
Yes, with pre-K added as well.
Right, do each of them have pre-K?
Yes.
They do?
Yes, they all do.
So will Freedom maintain, is it Freedom where you're phasing it out?
Yes, so Freedom Middle School is where we're phasing it out. So our goal is to partner with a local middle school, and they could take over the building. So there is still a middle school that they have access to, like, right across the street in the parking lot. That's still the goal. So the goal is that it's a middle school, it's just not necessarily a movement middle school.
You haven't identified a middle school to assume the building?
So we're like in conversations right now, but we wanted to at least, of course, get through this process so that we can like officially like have those conversations. But we've been having light conversations. Yeah.
I understand.
I have a lot of respect for the movement schools, but earlier you said that you didn't have the capacity, I guess, facility-wise, and then you just said you lose a lot of students from 5th to 6th. Can you kind of clarify that?
So the capacity piece is around the fact of like, there is still a lot of students in the community that want to attend a high-performing charter school organization. So you're gonna get a lot of interest, but not necessarily from our students from K through 5 is necessarily jump into the middle school. Just because historically, what data shows is that when a family is like in one particular institution, you do find that they want something different over time. They're like, okay, what worked for me in elementary school may not be what I need in middle school. So the example was around sports, and that was a lot of the feedback that we got from our families. Like, we don't have sports, and we don't have football, and we don't have basketball, and we don't have these things. And that's like something that they really do have a desire for. So that's where you see the drop-off, just more so from their desire, but you don't see a drop-off from the community interest.
I'd love to add on to the capacity piece. That was part of, when we started with the K-8, that was the commitment we made to the families. And then soon after we started, we did realize our model was gonna be K-5. And so part of the capacity also is we have one middle school, but we do not have the capacity to launch Southwest, Eastland, other middle schools. And so we know it's always gonna be an abnormal thing. And so we would rather sort of rip the Band-Aid off now, commit to our model, versus continue to have this one middle school out there.
And you're a replication of Sugar Creek. Have you had enrollment articulation agreements with them where your rising sixth graders could possibly go there?
We have not signed that yet, but we have, that is, our
One of
mistake.
the, mhm.
Other questions?
So the partnership agreement you're seeking is with a charter school? Or?
Is with a great option, right? So it could be a charter school, it could be a traditional school, but we know that with traditional schools, there are barriers around like zip code and like, where you live, addressing things of that nature. So with charter schools, at least there's less of a barrier. They can get bused or et cetera, but that, the number one goal is that it's a great option for our students. But if it is a charter school, we know that we can have more of a push towards like all of our students going to that particular location.
I gotta ask, I've always supported movement, but I've also been outspoken about increasing their influence due to the fact that the opposite, I guess, of what I'm hearing today, which is that your resources and capacity are more unlimited than most people. You guys are expanding, I believe, in, I think, South Carolina and Georgia. You have plans to expand here. You're purposely locating in places where the school district is struggling, where the kids need a better option. I just don't understand why not, with all the resources, all the need. It's obvious you have a ton of resources. You guys are expanding so rapidly. Why not hold your kiddos that you're getting from pre-K at least to get them into high schools?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we we know, Eric, you expressed that, and we talked about this as well, and we get it. Like we don't disagree with the fact that like we have resources and you want so much for the kids that we serve, right? You want so much for the families that you've made a commitment to. You want to take them all the way there, but then we also have to. At least what you're getting from movement, you're getting leaders that are standing in front of you saying like, this is our area of expertise, right? Elementary school, pre-K. You're also hearing from us, we're trying to place our bet where a lot of people aren't placing their bet right now, which is in the pre-K world. We know that the achievement gap starts at the age 3. And a lot of people don't start to worry about the gap until they get to middle school, until they get to high school. And then we find ourselves like in, on this cycle, on this treadmill, like just not making any traction. Our biggest thing right now is to say that we are going to place our bet here, make so much traction so that regardless of which middle school they go to, regardless of which high school they go to, because they have such a strong foundational start, they are automatically set up, or at least on a stronger trajectory towards success. So that is like the bet that we are placing. And I totally understand, like, so why not keep going? We also strongly believe that, like, focus on the area that you know really well. We know there are charter schools and organizations that know middle school really well. They have figured it out. So it's like partnering versus trying to become this like conglomerate type of approach. And that when we think about our mission, like it literally states in our mission, that is our mission to exist to love and value our students and our communities through partnership. And that partnership piece is so critical to like how we go about lots of things, from partnering with the local restaurant to provide lunch for our students, to partnering with the local middle school to then become a feeder school for our students. Like partnership is truly a huge part of our fabric and like something that we want to push. And then also because there is that stigma that like charter schools and traditional schools don't have strong partnerships, and we want to be able to like break some of those things. So like while we understand the larger sentiment comes from a place of like, there's so much that you can do, so do more. We do believe that partnering with other schools is a part of that doing more. Like our shared resources with those local middle schools is going to be a huge benefit to that middle school, right? Because when that middle school, let's say it's Sugar Creek, let's say they get our students. We're now partnering with Sugar Creek, and Sugar Creek has that benefit of the resources that we have access to, because that's what partnership looks like. So like that's more of the work that we're trying to do, instead of trying to keep all the resources to ourselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that these schools have the capacity, like Sugar Creek or otherwise, until I see the data that you're gonna be able to send that many kiddos from that many schools to high-performing places. And I think, while there's a ton of things I like, and I've in private conversation and publicly, I've talked about movement as a different approach to what I'm seeing in some of the EMOs, and I certainly brag about it and talk about it a lot. I think this is one place that I do disagree with. I don't think there's research that suggests that you can build a K-5 student up enough to take them the next 7 years and close a gap. I think the evidence is to the contrary, especially in middle school. And I'm just surprised that a place with the minds, the money, the resources that you guys haven't decided, hey, this is mission critical to go into this space. But again, reasonable minds can differ. I just think that's kind of my thought process.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And I was a part of an organization, as you know, in which that was a huge part of the mission, right? K-12. And we've actually seen the backlash of that. We've seen the backlash of our students staying in the same institution and then going off to college, because that's what we promise, right? And then you see how they struggle because they've only been a part of this one institution, this one way of doing something, so that when they are then placed in different environments in different institutions, they then have a challenge because that was their K-12 experience. So from my personal experience at a very high performing charter organization, that was not necessarily the thing that I believed we should have placed our bet on. And you're seeing a lot of those larger charter organizations like KIP, like AF, like have just larger conversations around the fact of like, are we truly preparing our students for college and beyond? Because we end up seeing our kids struggle, and they've been with us K through 12. It appears to be very successful, and then they go off, and then there's this dip and this drop off. A lot of research needs to go into like why that dip and drop off occurs. But I would argue that one of those dips and drop off occurs because we are not exposing our students to different type of institutions to be able to like maneuver in different spaces. And that we know, of course, is like a pathway to success. So like it is a large conversation, and I love having it. I love like-minded folks. I know Eric is a like-minded folk. Like we're here, and these are the conversations that we need to have largely across the educational space. But as you mentioned, Eric, like we're doing something different, and we're intentionally trying to take this different approach because we know of the larger CMOs that have not taken this different approach and seen the impacts of that as well. So like, we'll see, right? We're gonna track our students for sure, right? We are definitely going to I can't wait until we have the first set of like high school seniors that came from movement to like see where they are and track them. So that's our goal.
Any other questions?
What's your current enrollment in your middle school?
Yes, so we are currently enrolled across our campuses over 90% ADM, actually across the organization 98% ADM.
How many
So-
students do you currently have at Freedom Middle? 180. And so next year you'd only have 7th and 8th graders, and about
Yes.
what would that number?
Yes, we'll only have 7th and 8th grade, so then
Next
it will
year,
drop
you'd
off.
maybe have 120.
Yep,
And then you'd serve that grade
Yep.
level. So gradually a phase
Yes.
out that right now might affect 180 students.
Exactly. Because like we mentioned, we did make that commitment to our families that we're gonna go all the way through.
I think it's
So-
good that you honor that and provide that for those families as you phase out. I know it's
Absolutely.
a tough decision.
Absolutely, and we're phasing out and we're making sure that all resources that the 5th graders got 2 years ago, they're still gonna get, right? Like all the 8th graders got 2 years ago, they're still gonna get, which then means that we are taking a financial hit. But because of our promise isn't just to go all the way through, but it also is to make sure that you have the same type of experience as we phase out.
I'm disappointed you made that decision, but that certainly is your board's right to make that decision.
Any other questions from CSRB members? Anyone like to make a motion on this request?
I make a motion to accept this, we approve this amendment
Yeah.
reluctantly.
We have a motion to approve the request. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Read a second. We'll get you later, Steve. Any further discussion?
No, I think, I hear the negative kickback, but it makes a lot of sense, and now's the time to make a decision like that. One middle school, starting multiple other schools, sort of replicating their model, they had to decide what that best model is. And it's a tough call. It's gonna be a difficult transition in a few years ahead, but now's the time to do it before they go any further and become excellent at what they are offering. And that includes free preschool that you don't find in most K-8 schools. Do you, Bruce, what does your K-8 have? No,
I don't have preschool.
no preschool. So their model's different, and they're refining that and getting better at it and applying all the resources that I think it's probably a wise thing and will make them better at what they do and not cause them to have to expand. And middle school is completely different, right? So many variables come into the middle school world that it makes a lot of sense to me.
I echo what Dave said. You know, I'll support it if that's what they want to do. I think it's unfortunate. I think a lot of research suggests that, you know, a big portion of the of the achievement gap happens in middle school. I think this is an organization that has decided to spread out across a few states and locations. I would rather use the same argument for why they're asking for the amendment to actually expand, like in terms of middle school. You know, why not put everything into these couple schools and get them high school ready. I could go with that argument more of like, hey, they finished 8th grade with us, we had them, they were so high, we want to expose them to different things, we want to partner with different people, we want to put them in high-performing high schools, but I can't go with it on a 5th grader. I've been in education too long, and I've seen middle school and what it does. I think they should seriously consider that in the future. And I also think that the more we see movement, I think the more this question should come up. We've heard a lot about partnering schools. I haven't heard a partner school yet. We've heard that in a few presentations. I'd like to hear a partner school. We've heard a lot about research suggests exposure and other things. Well, then they're going to track their babies. I want to hear the data and how it's working, because I think it's a big gamble to take for kids that have spent that much time with you, you've loved, you've supported, and gotten to a good place in tough communities. So.
If you take traditionally look at data across, just from my 32 years in education, the grade levels that take the biggest dip are 6th grade and 9th grade because of transitions, generally speaking. And so, and a lot of that's because when you go from a small elementary school that's a community-based school to a large middle school that triples in size, you get less of that one-on-one attention and you get lost in space, typically. So I'm with you. I really would love to see charter schools that concentrate on trying to get kids established before we turn them loose, because I think once you develop that relationship and everybody understands, plus you're inside the same building. When I worked in a traditional school system, 6th grade teachers blamed 5th grade teachers, 9th grade teachers blamed 8th grade teachers, kindergarten teachers blamed the parents, the mom blamed the dad. That's generally the way things always trickle down, and so you have more control inside your own building with regard to how you control the flow of the educational process for a kid. So that's
How
just
often have you-
pontification. So
How often have you seen a school come and say we want to reduce because there's too much need? I've been sitting in the chair for a bit. I've never heard that. That's what concerns me. If it was, hey, there's a lot of other options out there, the need isn't there, then that's one thing. But the need's there. They're asking for it. I wish it was better. And again, I'm a huge fan of movement, and the people we saw today are talented, great people. I differ with this.
I'm struck by how unusual this is. An entity that has success is coming in and saying, well, we're quite successful here with this K-8 that we have in terms of our ability to attract students and our commitment to them. And yet, and I have to say, I'm appreciative of this. They look at what they do and they say, we can really be great at this other thing we do. And being good at this gets in the way of us being great at something else. And I'm sympathetic to the idea that we wish you could be great at everything. But it shows a remarkable amount of humility in my mind to say, even though we're successful, this isn't where we add the most, and we're willing to step back and commit ourselves to being in the place where we can have the biggest impact. But I will say, it's really, really strange, really unusual.
Other comments or discussion? All right, we have a motion to accept this amendment request. We have a second. Hearing no further, Ashley, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
All right?
John Eldridge.
Aye.
All right, it passes.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Actually, I'm here as well.
Oh, Shelley Shope.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you, I didn't realize you were on.
Okay, moving along to applications. Let's see. Exactly. And if I may just ask, before you even get started, to kind of the pleasure of the board here, is it my understanding that the applicant, it's the same board members for both of the schools we're going to hear this morning?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. would it be the pleasure of this board to do the interviews separately, as we should, there's two separate interviews, but to hold off on voting on the first one until we hear the second one?
I'm good with that.
Okay, let's do that. So we'll hear from Gastonia's application, then we'll roll into the next one.
So good morning. So November marks our final month for the first round applicants. As Chair Friend informed the group, we have a total of 5 second round applicants. We'll hear from a total of the 3 final first round groups between today and tomorrow. So we have 2 movement schools tomorrow and then 1 additional school tomorrow. So you'll have to factor in those 3 as we think about the second round calendar. And so what we have on our slide is just a reminder of our votes today. So you approve, you'll deny, or you can hold it over until December. We also included the recent charter policy relative to the appeals process here. So each applicant will receive this information from the Office of Charter Schools pursuant to the decisions that are rendered today and tomorrow. And so we can jump to slide 16, I believe shows you the schools that we'll hear from in December and the committees that are there. And so we can move on, I believe slide 20 is our Movement Gastonia School. And so you have the mission statement for Movement there. Movement Gastonia is slated to open with grades K1 serving 120 students. They round out at full capacity grades K5 and year 6 with 582 students. Movement does intend to participate in the National School Lunch Program, serving estimates upward of 70 to 90% students eligible for free and reduced lunch prices. They do anticipate providing bus service. They anticipate greater than 50% of their student population to be bus riders. There will not be a weighted lottery. They're not a repeat applicant, but we know that this school in particular is not a repeat. And the application assistance was provided by consultancy, and the application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. There has not been a particular zip code that's been identified for this school. Within Gaston County, there are 4 charter schools and 56 traditional schools. So on that slide, you can look at the LEA demographic comparison relative to Gaston County schools. And then what the Office of Charter Schools has provided on the next 2 slides are just academic data relative to the 2 existing schools. So the Movement Freedom Drive School, again, we just heard from them by way of amendment, is a full K-8 school. And we see that the school was a D performance grade for the last 3 years that we have on record. 2 of those years they met growth. We see the comparison to the district in terms of proficiency scores. We have their current enrollment numbers and their subgroup performance data for Freedom Drive. And then for Eastland campus, they were a C school. They opened with, I believe this is the first year that they had tested grades. And so they actually are comparable to the Charlotte Mecklenburg school system. You have their enrollment figures and their subgroup performance. It's also important to note, a couple of reminders. We also have 2 additional schools that do not have academic performance data yet. Southwest opened in 22-23 without tested grades, so we don't have that. And then Northwest just opened this year, and so we don't have those. And then in part of the RTO process, we have 3 delays that have been recently granted by the Office of Charter Schools. That's for the Movement Northeast campus, I believe the Raleigh campus, and the West Charlotte campus. So those schools are in delay. And then as part of the approvals for those 3 schools, the state board, there was a conditional stipulation for those approvals. And that has been uploaded to eBoard, and that was relative to the board composition for Movement, as well as the market rate determination for the school, as well as the nonprofit tenants. So that stipulation is there for you to review.
if you haven't, that's there. And so today, the movement board can discuss like their board composition, and they have provided written evidence of the market rate determination. But we would like to hear more about their board composition relative to that stipulation that the state board presented. But at this time, we can go ahead and allow the movement board to come up for the Gastonia interview. Summary feedback has been provided, so all of those documents are uploaded to eBoard. So, the floor. Okay.
Well, thank you all so much for having us back. It means a lot to be here with you again. And what I'd like to do with our 10 minutes is first give a summary of what we've done together in partnership in North Carolina, and then we'll focus in more in our specific goals for Movement Gastonia. First, we're excited to have our full board here in attendance. We have Garrett McNeil with us, who works with our real estate, Lorraine Roussel, Michelle Crawford, Montel Watson, and then joining us via Zoom are Michelle Donnelly and Jason Terrell. So we have 100% board attendance here with you all. We're also joined by Leticia Dowd, the Chief Financial Officer for the Movement Foundation. And I'm Tim Hurley, the Executive Director for the Movement Foundation and the Board Chair for Movement Schools. Was it? Oh, and Jamie, we also have Jamie Sumter, our Director of State Compliance, and KTT, you've met, the CEO for Movement Schools. First, and I'll be working first from our Movement Schools North Carolina sheet that should be at the top of your binders. And first, I just want to say, again, thank you for the partnership that we've been able to build. The genesis of this started in 2008, which is actually when Movement Mortgage was founded, right after the financial crash that really impacted Charlotte deeply and our state. And Movement Mortgage was founded with a mission to lead a movement of change in industry, corporate cultures, and communities. In 2013, the Movement Foundation was founded, and its purpose was to use the profits from Movement Mortgage to uplift others. Movement Foundation quickly landed on focusing on charter schools as a way to fulfill that mission. They did a nationwide search for what charter schools they should replicate, and they found in our own backyard here in North Carolina, in Charlotte, North Carolina, a model in Sugar Creek. And we were very attracted to it because of its academic excellence and its history of economic sustainability. We submitted our first application here in 2015, approved in 2016, launched our first school, Movement Freedom, in 2017. After that, launched Movement Eastland in Charlotte. Last year in 2021, we launched 3 pre-K programs. So at each of our campuses, we'll launch our 4th pre-K next year. We launched Movement Southwest in 2022, and this year we were able to launch Movement Northwest. This year we're also approved for expansion into Georgia and South Carolina, and we are very grateful for North Carolina for believing in us and allowing us to grow to the place that other states would actually want us to come there. Our goals for the future, as you all discussed, we have really had to refine our model and make tough choices. I fully hear the challenge in dropping back to middle school. And one thing I would say too is, obviously, I'd rather keep one promise than break 2. And the promise that we make is excellent education for pre-K through 5th. And so we really are focusing on that, even at the cost of middle school. We're also focusing in on our geographic regions. We believe we can be sustainable at 6 schools in a geographic region. We believe our geographic regions have to be in about an hour drive of each other. So that superintendent can drive, get to a school, and get back home in about an hour. And so you'll see in Figure 1, these are the regions we're focusing on: Greater Charlotte and Central North Carolina. In Figure 2, we've worked to lay out our growth plan in North Carolina all the way through 2028, so you all know where we're going. One school that you will see that is not on here is Charlotte Northeast. And we are planning to withdraw that application because, again, as we focused in and said we really need to narrow, we are focusing in on Gastonia, which you'll see in 2025. That B beside Gastonia means we've already secured the building for that. So I'm proud now that we have a full facility ready to be renovated and launched. West Charlotte, which we had to delay because we didn't have a facility, we have now secured a facility for that. So we are very proud that we are on track to launch that facility. Raleigh, we're still looking for. And so if you look at 2025 and 2026, you'll see Raleigh/Greensboro. And the reason is we hope to launch one of those 2 in those years. And what we've learned is that given the challenge of securing real estate that fits our model, we're trying to give as much lead time as possible to know we hope one of those 2 we can find a suitable spot in that year and to give ourselves as much options as possible so we can stay on track. At the bottom, Figure 3, I'd like to do more just to lay out for you the role of the foundation and our support, because As you all have mentioned, we are so fortunate to be able to invest in these schools, and I'd like for you all to see more transparently what that looks like. So if you look at the top of the box, the blue line grants, this shows the grants that we've made so far to date. So through calendar year 2023. We've made $2 million in direct grants to schools. These are the $500,000 launch grants that we do for each school. And you'll see, starting in year 2024, the foundation is committed to significant grants into the CMO. You'll see $4 million in 2024, $4.9 in 2025. This is the funding that the foundation is committing to help the CMO grow the necessary infrastructure to support these schools. Because we know the budgets are tight in the elementary schools, and the CMO does not want them to be carrying the cost of adding to grow out a larger network. If you look at discounted rent, a lot of the working capital that the schools are able to use comes not from direct grants, but from the fact that they pay no rent for the first 2 years and then discounted rent later. And so I want you all to see exactly what that looks like. So we've set market rent at $1.1 million. This is what we believe it would cost if the schools were to finance through the bond market at a heavily subsidized rate, say in partnership with the Charter School Growth Fund at a 6% bond rate. It would be about 1.1 per school. And so if you look beneath that, you can see what they have paid each year. So $200,000 in 2019, this is across the whole network, $400,000 in 2020, $500,000 in 2021, and you see that continuing. And so far, the schools have benefited from 2017 through now in $12.5 million in basically waived rent versus market. And that's part of our philosophy is we don't want the schools to be counting every year on us for a lot of operating dollars. We want them to have low-cost facilities so that they can use those dollars as they see fit. And so you see as that projects out through 2028, our growth plan, this is the commitment that Movement Resources is prepared to make in terms of discount rent, and also our commitment in financial support. And now I'll pass it over to KTT to talk about our academic impact.
Awesome. Thank you, Tim. So as you can see on the second page of this document that Tim was just reviewing, here are our academic results as it relates to our students in comparison to CMS. You just see like where our students are performing. And as you can see, there's a significant outperformance as it relates to, in particular, the economically disadvantaged students. One thing that this data does not show that I do want to highlight is where we are placing our bet. We're placing our bet on pre-K to start early, to start closing the achievement gap at an early point. Last year was our first year with pre-K, and what we saw was that 60% of our students that ended the year at pre-K met the mid-cycle goal for kindergarten, meaning they are halfway through the kindergarten point by the end of pre-K. And that was our first year with pre-K. So I share that to say, like, if we do that really well, our goal is that you will see that, you'll see that over time. There are other things that we're doing in our academic block to get the results that we are going after. In particular, we have shifted some of our curriculums to focus a lot on our reading instruction. So we've shifted to lifelong readers. We've shifted to Wilson. We've shifted to Wit and Wisdom. The Wilson is for our EC curriculum. Like, we make sure that we had something that was dedicated for that population because we know that there's work that still needs to be done there. And then also what the data does not show is how we go after shared resources. Now, shared resources for us, we take it up a notch. We also share like our talent. So our teachers are able to go from across campuses to teach if that is what is required and if that's what's necessary. Because we are honing in on our model, being the pre-K through 5, we have the ability to share the resources and the talent a lot easier and a lot more flexible. So for example, we have a principal that was recently diagnosed with cancer, and we moved an assistant principal from one location to her location because we know that she's going to be out for quite some time, and we wanted to make sure that the resources were still there to let the school continue and thrive. Now, that is not something that you can easily do if the model looks different across the board. So something that is critical to our model is that our model looks the same across all of our campuses. So we're using the same curriculum, we have the same structures across our campuses so that this type of stuff can work. And we get our staff and our people invested in that concept, in that model, that they're all our children, not necessarily just Eastland, not necessarily just Freedom, et cetera. And we see it work really well. I bring up that model because that's a critical part of Gastonia being open. We have a rule that 25% of our current staff must fill any brand-new campus. So we actually have 33% of our staff members that's committed to going to Gastonia, because we send out surveys whenever we know that we're interested in like opening up a new campus. And that's like, we've been able to consistently hit that goal with every single school that we have opened because of that different data points that we also have like on another sheet that shows that right now 69% of our leaders are internal. They're coming from our campus. So they've gone through our pipeline, our pathway. They were teachers and APs like at Movement and eventually become principals, et cetera, and things of that nature. Because we have that built into our model, we're starting to see like a stronger start of opening whenever we open up a brand new school. And we're expecting to see exactly that when we open up Gastonia, that there's a certain percentage of teachers that go over to open up that brand new campus. Then moving on into our enrollment, we've seen success in our enrollment. We, across the board, as mentioned earlier, we hit over 90% of our ADM. We're actually on average 98% of our enrollment filled across all of our movement campuses, and that is not an easy task. We have ice cream trucks and all the things. We're at time? Wonderful.
Thank you, thank you.
welcome.
All right, our time for questions, and as you've been here before, we're gonna spitball questions, and at some point in time, we'll stop and give you an opportunity to answer those questions. Board, any thoughts, questions?
I'll jump in. I just clarify the first year enrollment. See, the budget's built at 120, and in the application it lists 120, but then also lists 120 plus another 30 kids in kindergarten. So just clarifying that the first year enrollment is 120, not 150. I'd like to hear from them in terms of how they know that there's a strong interest and need in this particular community for this application. I'd like to hear a little bit more of the bandwidth of the board. Is this the same board that's the board of all the other schools? If so, man, that's a lot of volunteer hours. How are they conducting their board meetings, and is this the same board that's also the board of schools outside of North Carolina as well? So just kind of questions around board capacity.
Can we stop? Can we stop right there and just go ahead and jump on that board capacity, because I think that's a boilerplate issue.
And
So
it's the
could you talk about this board and how many other schools at this board?
Can we pause a minute? Because I understand the stipulation may eliminate some of these board members if they're affiliated. Do you understand that as well? Movement, okay. So that there may be a shift in some of these.
Well, that was a
board
stipulation on a prior school. I know that's-
members. Doesn't apply,
Unless those members are on another board, right?
right, and they are the same board members as the next school in the application process.
Go ahead, Tim.
So in terms of the board, this is the board for North Carolina. It's not the board for other states. Those are totally separate board members. In terms of the stipulation, we have delayed adding additional board members until when we asked for the 1-year delay in launch for Raleigh and the schools with the stipulation, we've delayed adding additional board members until we're ready to proceed with those schools. One thing that we have thought about is, as we now break out into 2 different regions, Central North Carolina and Charlotte, we think that would be an appropriate time to split this board into 2, if that's something that would make the state more comfortable. Our desire would be to see them start as a single board, learn the movement processes, how we operate, and then split off into more geographically contained boards. In terms of the number of schools that they oversee, right now it is 4. And then with the approval of these, it would take that from 4 to 6.
That's, just so I'm clear there, that's 4 schools are overseeing now, but you have 3 that you got last year that are in delay, so that's 7. You're adding 4, I heard 4 pre-K programs. Is the board overseeing those as well?
No. The pre-Ks are operated through the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, so that's a separate nonprofit entity. And from our perspective, we are, I know this has been a point of concern just in terms of capacity, and that is where I think with the tighter geographic focus for these schools, I think it would be easier to split to a central North Carolina board and a Charlotte board. What we haven't done is gone ahead and said, okay, we're going to launch these boards because it is so hard to find facilities, and we'd rather wait until, hey, we know we're coming to Raleigh, here's the spot, let's add these additional board members from Raleigh versus doing it when we have not yet found a facility. Same thing for Gastonia. As we get approved, we'd like to have at least 1 board member from each of these different.
How are you, just out of curiosity, how do you do your board meetings? Because if I'm on 7 different boards,
What?
my wife wouldn't be happy if I'm.
So we do 1 board meeting. It's via Zoom. We go through the agendas for each school separately, saying, what does the enrollment look like? What do the academics look like? The superintendent will report out, because right now it's all Charlotte, but the principals will also get on and report out. And so we found what we appreciate is our goal is to be consistent and standardized. And then we have committees, so we have a parent grievance committee. We've had to use that, I think, twice in 6 years. And so then those board members sit down and meet with those parents individually. But for the most part, we meet monthly, goes between 60 and 70 minutes, pretty straightforward with a tight agenda.
For all schools?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And our goal, as board chair, my goal is for our board meetings to be the most boring things that happen, because we try to plan ahead of time, we try to hit our targets. That's what we expect of our leadership at the schools.
I think the other question about that's come up in the past is how many board members are also affiliated with the the Mortgage Foundation.
So, let me see.
On various movement entities. Yeah, there's the mortgage,
Let me just get my list.
the network, the foundation.
It is, I think of 7, it is 4 of 7 right now. And that's something, again, where as we grow, we're comfortable adding beyond that. We also do value, like I said, we're doing things differently. Our decision to close the middle school is not a typical one, and we do believe to do things differently, it takes a tight, unified group with a clear vision, and we are working to protect that.
So the perceived conflict, how do you address the perceived conflict for having members of the board also members of the finance?
So we have independent auditors who do all of the auditing of our books. We've outsourced our financials. The other thing I would hope is that through me laying out some of the investment of the foundation, the money flows one way. It flows from the foundation into the schools to support them. We don't charge a management fee. And I think that's something that really separates us from a lot of other providers. So you've seen, we have provided over $2 million in direct investment. What I didn't list was over $3 million in in-kind investment. What that means is us paying to build out Salesforce to support marketing, us paying to do branding materials. I didn't put that down because I couldn't point to where it is with the grant. That's just what we've done. In the upcoming year, we've actually incorporated a CMO. That will be launching next year. And so then what you'll see is money flowing from the Movement Foundation in the form of grants into that CMO, into those schools. And that'll make the separation even more clear. But right now, the money flows one way, and it's millions of dollars investing in our schools.
How many people work for the CMO currently, like are on payroll?
Right now, we have 0. It's just been incorporated. And so the folks who would be the CMO, right now, the foundation is paying their salaries. That's the in-kind investment. We have a work agreement. The schools pay $1 a year for the services of, say, the superintendent. Once that CMO,
How many people is it?
it is,
I'm just curious.
yeah, about 3. Let's say our superintendent, KTT, Jamie, yeah.
I just want to name, like, this is a very different, like, let's juxtapose this to Charter One and their board chair that lived in Wyoming for the last school. And there's no management fee. It's actually the opposite. They're charging 15%. They have a big staff. They would not give us this document, which I've asked for now for like 4 years. Tell me how many people, how many schools you're gonna have. They won't do it. They will not do it, and I know they have a document somewhere.
Mr. Quigley, we're interviewing movement this morning.
Yeah, but my point is, when we're talking about CMOs, I think we need to have conversations about money coming in or money coming out.
Yeah, let me ask this, the perception of a conflict of interest. I'm having trouble understanding what that perception is. Is the concern that the school might have too much influence over the funder? Or that
No, it's the
funder
other way
Other way
around.
around.
The
Because the-
funder has too much influence over the CMO, but like, or
But
over the
they're not
schools,
getting anything out of it.
they're getting nothing.
So
They're
I
just
don't see
pouring
how there's
money
a
in.
conflict.
That's
if-
one of the stipulations that was listed, and that's why the question was asked, to address that stipulation is the way it's written.
Okay, so help me with, what is the stipulation that they're,
Ashley, could you remind?
Yes,
I
so-
apologize.
This was in relation to the movement schools approvals that took place last year. And the state board voted to conditionally approve the charter applications with 2 stipulations. So the first is that the majority of the board members serving on the board of the school's managing nonprofit cannot be affiliated with the 3 entities, Movement Mortgage, Movement Foundation, or Movement Network. And the board specifically said they placed this stipulation because there is a great potential for conflict of interest. So I think in hearing their conversations, their concern is that if the majority of the board that is governing these schools is also affiliated with the foundations and the funders, that there could be a potential for conflict of interest, and that those funders and the foundation from which the funds are flowing could have, could have some type of undue influence, I guess.
Okay, so I could see a potential conflict of interest if the schools actually ever paid
Right.
somebody on the board, but it seems to me there is no potential conflict of interest, nor that restriction should only apply if the schools begin to, actually want to make some sort of payment to the.
So let's say
No.
this is, Colin, I want to make sure we hit all the questions that you want to ask. So keep a pin in what we're thinking right now so that we can talk about during discussion, because we only have a limited time for questions.
I'm sorry, Dr. Overton, but I don't have a problem with perception of conflict of interest, but what if the school leader at Freedom did not want to eliminate the middle school, but the funder said, yes, this is our model now, we're gonna eliminate the middle school? That could be, the school had no say because it's the board, and the board is part of the Movement Foundation. I mean, we could go down this rabbit hole for a long time, but there is a potential of, or perception of
Well,
a conflict of interest, if you want to address it that way.
I mean, by that measure, there's a conflict of interest. Every EMO contract is a conflict of interest, because that's exactly what happens. The principal has no say. They manage the principals, they hire the principals. Principal says, I don't think we should have a K-12 next year. I don't think we should add high school.
Well, and that's
Okay,
the-
You're fired.
For the sake of getting movement the opportunity to answer our questions, we can have our discussion in a moment. Any questions for movement?
And enrollment?
Can you clarify the first year enrollment, please?
In having, there's been a challenge for you guys, moving schools meeting your enrollment target, and you've had to come back with some amendments for reduction. Is 120 where your school?
120 is like
Even though kindergarten, first grade, I admire the fact that you just want to start with 2 grades, but the challenge of meeting 120 for 2 grades is always there. Is that your other schools opened up, you've asked for 200, but had to lower it to 120? Is that the history of,
Yeah, 120 is what's showing us is like a good spot for us to start.
you find the majority of the 120 kindergartners?
120, majority are kindergartners, yes, and then like a few first graders. So like 5 class sets of like kindergarten
And you have 3 schools in delay right now, is that correct?
yes.
I have a
And
couple.
then there was a question around the interest of like why Gastonia. We're seeing an increase, like a ton of.
Step to the mic.
Gotcha. There was a question around like why Gastonia. We're seeing like a ton of our families like move from the Charlotte area into that area because of, you know, all of the things that are happening around them. So because of that, and we are intentional about serving economically disadvantaged students, we are thinking about like where is that tide going and going with the tide. So Gastonia is a great place in which you see that. We also see that over time, right now the Gaston County has grown from more than 12% in the last decade, and we're expected to see that double within the next 4 years. So like we're seeing that shift in the climate, and we want to be ahead of it to still be able to address and serve the population that we are intentional about serving.
Can I throw out a couple of questions? I'd like for you to describe the modified year-round schedule and tell me if that is also part of your model, the K-5 model that you're doing around the state. And tell me about the Relay Graduate School of Education, exactly what resources you get from them, what kinds of support, and how that works. And then on the co-teaching model, if there are 2 teachers in every classroom, and are they both certified teachers? And if you want to speak to how that works.
Because that wasn't very clear. I think that was a question in the budget is, it doesn't look like there's 2 teachers in every classroom. You sp-
Yes, gotcha. Wonderful. Okay, so I'll start with the 2 teachers. So it's 2 teacher, at least pathways, right? So there's a certified teacher and then there's a teacher in residence. And the goal of the teacher in residence is to get that teacher eventually certified as we continue to expand and grow grades every single year. So there's always 2 like educators in the classroom, but that's the difference there. And then as it relates to Relay, Relay is a program, a graduate school of education in which like they have a strong track record of results as it relates to coaching and developing and going after strong results across leadership, across classroom management, et cetera, things of that nature. And all of our leaders are in that program. So all of our principals are in that program, as well as our principals in residence. They are in that program. So that program, this year, our superintendents are also in that program. This year they're in Denver and they do about like 4 to 5 times a year. They like go to a said location and there's like training that happens for about 3 to 4 days consistently. And then also as it relates to relay training, I am a relay professor as well as another superintendent is also a relay professor. So a lot of our internal professional development has a very relay-like structure and model. So that's the relay aspect. And then in terms of like the year-long curriculum, can you say more about that, Rita?
You described the school day as a modified year-round schedule.
Yes, so just standard in the sense of like we have a earlier start to the school year, a later start as it relates to ending. And then in the summertime, we have summer training for our actual staff members. And then the calendar within itself, we have an earlier start of the day and a later start of the traditional day. So that's kind of like.
There's still a block of time in the summer that there's no school.
Yes, there is a block of time in which our students are off. They're
And
off for
that's
spring
true of
break.
every
That's
school.
traditional.
Okay.
For every campus.
Doesn't mean what I thought.
Yep.
This might be a question for the finance, and it might be too global, but, so we're looking at 7 schools possibly, right? Opening in 2025, if everything was to go the way you wanted it to. Given the current realty and financial market you find yourself in, what kind of discussion you guys had about the pressure that might put on the funds that you have allocated?
In terms of the number of schools opening, I want to make sure we're on the same page. For us, the max we would see would be 4 opening. So if everything went perfectly, are you talking about new schools?
How many do you have currently?
So right now we have 4. So yes, if everything went perfectly, we'd be operating 7.
7, right?
Yep, okay, got it. Yes, the funds needed are already existing in the foundation. So folks have asked Casey, who leads movement, this a lot, what happens if there's a terrible year? And he says, you mean like this year? He said, it's
Or
the worst. It's the worst he's seen in 25 years. And for us, we have the funds in the foundation. We're able to fund this commitment with existing funds, and we hope we'll be able to make more money to do more.
I just want to make sure my math is correct. You're operating 4. You're, with the request for delays, you're trying to open 3 in 2024. And then
2 more.
based on today's decision, possibly 2 more in 2025. So the total's actually 9.
Yep. And the one of the 3s that we took a delay on, Northeast Charlotte, we will be withdrawing that. And the reason is we want to prioritize Gastonia. We feel like that is a better extension to our model. We think we can actually find real estate there. So this chart that you see, this is where we are headed.
I don't mean to go back to the board issue, but it was a question that came up last time, and it was a question actually that the state board brought up as well. Is there any local representation, any desire to put local representation on? I know you have your standard board that's going to oversee and govern all the schools, but is there thought to putting someone who might be more closely to the ground in the area that our schools are actually located?
Absolutely. That's one of our commitments. So as we launch Raleigh, we will have board members from Raleigh. As we launch Gastonia, we'll have board members from Gastonia. So we agree with that, and that's part of why we are waiting until we have a location and a charter to add those board members. Which I realize is different than how a lot of people come, but we are committed to adding local representation. What we don't want to do is start to add people speculatively until we know, hey, we're launching in this place. We have been on the ground talking with individuals there, though, and advising us. So, but yeah, in terms of the funding, it's another important thing I would want you all to know is, you don't see a lot of operating funds going to the schools. It's the $500,000 launch grant, and that's by design, because if Movement Mortgage never makes another dollar, these schools do just fine, because they already have the cut rent, they already have the launch subsidy, so they're not counting for ongoing funding.
I have a question. You said in the application that you're not partnering with a CMO, but then you answered no contract services with EMO or CMO, but then you're talking about the CMO, which makes me think that there would be a contract,
So at the time that we submitted, the CMO did not exist, and so at this point we've incorporated. In the next year, I would anticipate coming back to you all with the request to say, would you be willing to allow us to partner with the CMO? We'd also like to show you the contract ahead of time before we submit that request, so that you all feel very comfortable with the language to avoid. But I think that would be y'all's approval if you choose to let us enter into a CMO contract in the future, which I would hope would give you all also some security in our good faith.
will the CMO manage, so that the contract, there won't be a management fee?
So in the CMO contract, there will be an 11% management fee is what we're anticipating. That will be, on top of that, we'll still be subsidizing the CMO in the millions of dollars listed. That management fee will go towards centralized services. So things, right now, they sit on the school's budget. So for example, Jamie Sumter, our Director of Compliance, is a good example. Right now, her position is split across all of the 4 schools because she works with all of them on their individual budgets. Once the CMO is launched, that line item will move from the school's budgets to the CMO budget. And we find, I think it will be much cleaner for the bookkeeping to have centralized services in a CMO, but the expectation is that it will not add to the financial burden of the schools.
But the foundation will still be giving, like, the startup grant?
It'll be giving the startup grant. Also, the CMO will be losing money every year, and that's where the foundation's investment of $4 million in 2024, $5 million in 2025, that will be from the foundation into the CMO to support it as it grows.
Just to clarify, and the CMO is being launched by the foundation?
It is a separate 501c3 with a separate board, but the foundation, I'm the one who's been working to launch it.
Mm-hmm. It's not an independent CMO from
No.
any other entity?
No,
It's
I mean, it will
part
be,
of-
KT2 will be the
Exactly.
CEO of it,
Okay.
our superintendent, Janika, yeah, so that's,
Right.
right now, those folks exist on the foundation payroll, and they'll now be established as their own CMO.
So in,
Who will own the real estate?
The real estate is owned by Movement Resources, which is an independent nonprofit, and its charitable purpose is to own real estate to lease at below market rate rents to charter schools.
So can you walk me through, like, if you say, that's who owns it, who rents it? Like, what's that? what's
So
that
the
sort of-
movement schools, the state level entity, are the ones who are paying the discounted rents.
So the CMO is not in that transaction?
No.
And Movement Resources is separate from Movement Foundation?
Correct. It is, and it is as I shared, a separate nonprofit entity that was established specifically. You have to have a charitable purpose, so it's to hold real estate to rent out at below market rate rents.
Can we get an org chart at some point?
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
a proposed, like, the org chart, like, this year, next 5-year
Yep.
org chart that outlines, like, the different roles and the scale of the CMO?
Yep, and we've,
You have an org chart that was in the app, but it doesn't address the other entities.
Right.
Like,
Right.
it's just, you know, the foundation, the board, and the schools and the providers. But I think what Alex is talking about now with this is a much bigger picture.
yeah, we would welcome the chance to show and also to sit down and, you know, share the bigger picture.
So
The
the-
employ-
Go ahead.
The employees of the school will be employees of the school, not of the CMO.
Yes.
And then 11% of all revenue, or is that exclude federal or anything like that?
It's projected at 11% of recurring revenue, so that would be state and federal.
So for example, right now, we are not covering, like, what we are actually, so the foundation members that was like brought up earlier, the 11% is not covering that. Right now, we have shared resources with our legal services, so instead of like a campus, like just paying the lawyer for like said legal thing, that's where the resources go. Our financial resources, like all of those things, and right now, it's not enough to cover. So the foundation is supporting with the additional grant because it doesn't cover like what it actually does take.
And then what do you, I know we're getting an org chart or something for the future, but what are you projecting the size of this CMO to be, like, or in terms of staffing?
That's a great question, because our goal is to keep it as lean as possible so that we keep all the resources in the schools. Like, that is 100% the goal. That does mean that we wear lots of hats. I am wearing lots of hats. Tim is wearing lots of hats, but that is because our deep belief in like trying to keep the resources within the campuses. Also considering our capacity to a certain extent, we are gonna have to expand and grow. So the org chart, over time, you'll see like additional members. Like this was our first year with an CFO. So like that was like brand new this year, but prior to that, we were just like, you know, creating the budgets and doing things of that nature. So like over time, you'll see some growth, but our goal is still to keep it as lean.
And I'd love to, one exercise that helped us this year is we worked with the Charter School Growth Fund to say, hey, let's do a 5-year growth plan. And so we have been working with them over the past 2 months. Their president, Daryl Cobb, has come out to visit movement schools, see what's going on. Their director for the Southeast, Delano, spent 4 days with us, along with their sort of financial advisors and modelers. And in terms of our CMO org chart, they said it's 50% as large as what they typically see from school or from a network our size, and that's right where we want to be. I came out of Teach for America. When I left, there was a very large central organization, and it was tough for the regions. I said, I don't want to recreate that. KTT came out of Achievement First. She also experienced, hey, we feel like there's too much in the center. So right now, we are the center. And so as former regional leaders, we want to keep that small. Charter School Growth Fund has helped us with, say, what the network fee should be. We put it at 11% because we believe we can't cover the centralized cost with 9%. So there's no, what there's not is a profit margin or something built into that. For us, it is what do we think it takes to provide the centralized services? That's where it's at, and it's very lean by other comparisons. And on Wednesday, we go out to present to Charter School Growth Fund. We are hopeful that we will be in their next round of funding. And so then we'll also be working with them to make sure that as we do things differently, we're also working with an established partner, you know, to help guide us on broader parameters, because we're trying to do something, you know, new.
And I also want to note that, like, on average, it's 15% is that management fee. So, like, we are below the average. And we're also seeing that because the foundation has to, like, subsidize because there, you know, it is a cost. But our goal, again, is to make sure that we're keeping as much resources in the schools as possible so that they can thrive and have no reasons as to why that's not the case.
So, go ahead. So, the management fee, though, that you're expecting, and maybe this isn't relevant to our issue right now, because but the management fee you're expecting is it'll be 11%,
Yes.
and that will 11% would be insufficient to actually cover the cost.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is this CMO gonna be involved in any of your schools outside of North Carolina?
Yes.
So theoretically, it will grow quite a bit. Will the CMO also handle the financing? Either like do all your financial services, or will you be continuing to farm that out like you are now?
We will, my expectation is we would use, Prestige right now does, say, the back office accounting. We are looking at bringing on, say, a full-time CFO in the center.
Yeah, that's it.
And you, obviously haven't, talked to the office of charter school or got it approved by this board or state board. So I guess those questions will come up,
Yep.
during that application process. So right now, the two of you are the CMO?
And
Not
our
officially.
superintendents, right, so we currently have, Janika Mullen, who's superintendent for the Charlotte schools, we have Jermaine Gassaway, who's the superintendent for, Raleigh schools, and then we have Tamika Howell, who's superintendent for like Atlanta schools, so right now is really small, and then Jamie Sumter as well, who's the compliance director for North Carolina. So right now is really small, but we are trying to grow as we're thinking about our capacity across different regions and states.
Yeah, I think we're about on time.
I just have one budget question too. They have the deficit in year 3, and I'm just wondering, the $72,000 deficit, how would that work as far as the foundation and the plan for the budget?
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be enough of a reserve at that time to cover it, but also, the foundation, you know, as you all know, Southwest missed our enrollment target, previously, and there was a deficit, and the foundation was able to come in, and cover that. So I think there will be, the 72,000 in year 3, though, should be able to be covered through the operating reserve from the school.
And last question, Bruce.
I don't remember what the question was. I appreciate your candor in terms of like, we're approving this application, as Mr. Quigley said, it's not, the application is not attached to an EMO or CMO, but the reality is your intent is for, to be down the road. So I appreciate you just kind of give us the heads up on that. So you not only are needing to convince us that this is a good model for you to launch these schools, but you also have to convince the boards, right? I mean, is this a fait accompli that the board is just going to say, yes, we want this as, we want a CMO? Has there been discussion with them on that?
I mean, it's absolutely part of discussion, part of our long-term vision. When we launched, you know, we said we want to grow into a network of schools, and we have said, hey, the only way we know how to do that is by forming a CMO, so this is not a surprise to the board.
And we also want to create that cleanness that we've been talking about, the separation with the foundation and this and that. So like the goal of the CMO is so that it actually is cleaner and is just fully focused on like the schools. We're this entity and this is like what we do versus some members are on the foundation, some members are, it's just not as clean right now, and that's our goal.
Okay, thank you. You guys have 10 minutes for closing remarks.
I think at this point, I think we have shared a lot. We've had a lot of discussion. We appreciate the chance to share it with you, and yeah, I think that's all we have.
Yes, thank you all for your time, your questions. I hope that you see that over time we try to come back and like incorporate the feedback, because it is something that we are constantly thinking about as we, you know, organize and restructure our model. So like we take all of this very seriously. Every question we write down. We have a meeting after this meeting. I'm sure you all do as well, in which like we're considering all of the feedback and trying to just be a stronger organization across the board. So thank you all.
Because they didn't take the entire 10 minutes, can I have one more question?
I have one too.
I'd like to.
Thank you.
Those
Thank
are the
you
last
for
two
not
questions.
taking 10 minutes to just talk at us more.
Jim, I think I heard you say that you have identified a facility in Gastonia. Can you tell us where it is?
Yep, Garrett, or, did you want Garrett?
Garrett, got it.
Hey, yes, we have identified and purchased a site in Gastonia. It's 1955 Davis Drive, which is in southwest Gastonia. And so we did a lot of market studies, a lot of market kind of demographics, and figured out that that was a pretty great spot for us. It was a former grocer, about 55,000 square feet, large pad. There's about 2,000 single-family workforce homes that are be going up within a mile of that location. And so, yeah, it was a great deal for us, and so we had been searching in that area for a long time, so that's the location. Yep.
Todd?
Yeah, so, we've been talking about a lot of hypotheticals in this conversation, and I appreciate you guys playing along. Tim, you talk about, this idea of, potentially a Central North Carolina board and a Charlotte, North Carolina board. And I don't know if my question is to you or to the Office of Charter Schools or to the Charter School Board, but do you see that structure being that those are two separate boards of directors? And from our standpoint then, how does that work if we're awarding a charter to a board? Would they have to then come before us later to move it to a different board? Like if they split into two boards of directors, what is that?
Only if they move the charter from one board to the other.
Yeah, we've done that before, like, with, I think it was maybe Research Triangle High School, they had like, if they changed their governing entity to a different nonprofit board, then you just bring it forward as an amendment request.
But that's what would happen, right? If I'm understanding that correctly, Tim, is that they would become two separate boards of directors?
Correct.
Two separate financing groups, correct?
Do you envision there would be some overlap of board members on the two?
I think so.
At least to start.
You know, I think our goal is to be as efficient as we can while also making the board comfortable with the geographic representation. So,
Let me ask another question.
This is it.
Well, this is this question is gonna come up, it's gonna come up in our deliberations anyways.
That's right, they're coming back.
Yeah. I mean, this is gonna come up. You mentioned that, again, I appreciate the fact that you're not hiding the fact you want to become a CMO, and eventually you want this school and all the other schools to be managed by the CMO. You'd mentioned that there was an agreement being drafted in place or skeleton framework. I feel like we're approving a school with a CMO at this point. So is there a way for us to review that?
I do not yet have an agreement that's fully drafted. We are working with an attorney who has set up CMOs for schools like Achievement First, Uncommon. Like, if you want to understand us, for 10 years when I was with Teach for America, I tried to recruit Uncommon schools to North Carolina. I tried to recruit Achievement First to North Carolina, and I failed for 10 years. And now we've had the opportunity to try to build it ourselves. And so that is the playbook that we are running. And so so we've engaged the same attorneys who have drafted that. So when you see it, it will look similar to that. And so we've filed our articles of incorporation. We don't yet have the agreement drafted, but once we have it, we're happy to share it and also to get feedback.
How far away are you? Is that a matter of days, weeks, months?
I'd say Q1 of 2024, so January. Yeah. And I would hope, again, I think you all have a series of checks and balances of if it doesn't meet your needs, you'll tell us that. And I know what we're trying to do is, it is bold, right? And it is hard. And with that, I want to be really clear. Like, yeah, this is very hard. And it's taking everything we have. What I want you all to feel very comfortable with, though, is our level of partnership and transparency. Like, we are a different type of organization, yes. We also want to be one that you feel very comfortable allowing to continue to grow here in North Carolina.
So let's close out this section of the interview and go into our deliberations so that we can end this. And if there's any questions that come up in this discussion, just have those prepared to answer in your opening comments, since the next application is similar in scope. And that way we can kill two birds with one stone, keep things moving. Alex?
I think, like, with them talking about Uncommon and Achievement First, like, if that's the case, I'd like to see how does their CMO board like compare to the structure of those boards? What's the representation like? What's the, how they have? I mean, it's a densely populated urban area up there in New York and New Jersey, and so they have a little bit more capacity to shuffle people between schools, I imagine. I think they talked about that in doing the regional model, but it is still a little different. But I think it would be helpful, because I think those boards for the CMOs are kind of like, people that are like hedge fund manager, that's my guess, that raise a lot of money. I guess they have that with the foundation. But then, I don't, the regulations are not the same, but like, what does that actually look like? Cause I do think that with the way the state structures, the charter school, I think there's a way to have more representation at the school level for these, you know, board, or more representation at the board, where it's not a set of people from the CMO like sitting on the big board and like, I mean, I don't think it's a conflict of interest, it's control. I think that control is good, and CMOs seek control in a lot of ways. You know, one of them is, hey, we're gonna take all your money at the end of the year, you know, which is the way NHA runs. And then Charter One, it's like, we have a management fee, we're gonna, you know, you're pretty much letting us run everything, we have a tight contract, you know. But I think we do, I do think like more representation with the school boards would be good, and then clarifying the growth, the kind of organizational charter of the, you know, I think this is exciting because it's a homegrown charter network that's not an EMO, that is funded by a local businessman that's, you know, had a huge success. And, you know, this could be, I think this could be something that's like a very exciting success for our state if their data can get better. And so I think it's exciting, and to their point from partnership, like I do think that we have a role in helping to guide them, and it should feel that way. And I appreciate their willingness to like bring us along in that. And I might recommend that the policy committee maybe has like a meeting or two, kind of like what they're describing outside of this, so that we can go deeper into the structure, you know, of the like a Zoom meeting, right? Like where we could like kind of, they could present and go deeper, and we could give feedback in advance of them like coming before us in this with like a bunch of applications. And I would also make my push for like, I really think that, and if we can pass a policy without having the legislator do it, can we please consider the opportunity to get an application, and you have to get open within a time span? Or you have an extended thing, so you're not just going through this whole delay process. Like, you must get open within a 3-year period from the time of approval, or a 5-year period from the time of approval. So you can hold the applications, you can make a long-term growth plan. Or as a charter, you're not having to come back and you get dinged for having delay, or then there's pressure to open more with more kids at one time. It's just not strategic. Like, and I understand it might be difficult for the Office of Charter Schools to like manage the influx and the RTO process. But I also think like we need to think about this. We have a lot of schools in delay. And also for a CMO to effectively scale, that would be really helpful.
It doesn't help to also come in and ask for another school while you're closing one at the same time, you know what I mean? So to have a time frame on how long you have to open a school. Tom?
Yeah, so, some observations, because that seems like what we're doing. We're not voting right now, right?
Right.
I really appreciate, as Alex said before, the plan, you know, that shows us what they're looking at all the way out to 2028, you know, and how that structures. Because I think we often have conversations around this table about, okay, so, you know, you have X number of students. How many number of students do you eventually want to have in the state? And what is your data and your performance, and what does that look like, right? And so I appreciate that being part of this. An observation in that, based on what Tim has said, is their plan to pull Northeast Medic, which is one of the delay schools. I think that I would want to see that happen, not like we're going to, but you know, for that to actually happen. Mr. Friend, I do agree that it's a little bit curious, but I do appreciate the transparency of talking about this CMO. But I do think that if we're voting now, we're voting on a school without a CMO, that we get to scrutinize the CMO later, right, and decide whether or not we approve them as a CMO, and approve this school to go into the contractor business with that, you know, hypothetical CMO in the future. But I do think that even pulling one of the delay schools, they have a lot of resources. But to Tim's point, they operate efficiently and have a small staff. And 4 schools in R2 at the same time is a lot.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think this is really has a really a unique model, and I like the homegrown CMO aspect of this. I don't know. I kind of do feel like I'm voting on a school that's going to have a CMO, because the reality is by the time this school opens in 2025, they're going to have a CMO. So, again, my only real my concerns is more about just the bandwidth of it all. I mean, operating 4 schools, 3 in delay, 2 more applications before us today, shifting to a CMO model, splitting the board. It's just like a lot.
I have a question about board action, not just these 2 schools coming before us today, but those that are already operating. If they do shift to being CMO affiliated schools, do we have any action to take upon that? Or does the school have the capacity and authority to do that?
Well, that was my question, which was, I think it's, I guess in theory, the boards could say, no, thank you, we don't want to be, we don't want to.
I mean, our board.
Oh, I mean, our board, but,
We have to approve that.
Yeah, they have to
you have to
approve.
approve that, yeah.
Currently operating schools who then shift to being CMO affiliated schools will have to come through the board?
Yep.
Okay.
We'd have to prove that.
That was my
CMO, but not
question.
actions.
Yes, you would,
Okay.
yep.
That was kind of my question about the timing
Yeah.
of when is the CMO agreement going to be ready to be viewed, because if it was just going to be a matter of weeks or a month or so away, is that something they could provide us before we make final vote? But that's just my thought. That doesn't.
Given that the capacity may be an issue, it seems to me that kind of requires that we look at this more holistically. If there are other schools up and operating in other states, and you've got a dozen schools in RTO process in those places, that even creates more of a concern. Can you tell us outside the state, and just really in the context of how that might impact what you're doing in the state in terms of the manpower to get everything done that you're talking about getting done?
My something maybe they can address in a second application, or even if we discuss this one further, is 2017 we opened up a middle school. Now we don't need a middle school 5 years later. Last year we approved 3 schools, all 3 are in delay. And I hear them talk about doing things well and getting things done well. The name movement really strikes me, because they are it seems like it's moving really, really fast, and I just worry about extending beyond your means to the point where you I don't know, maybe you break the system trying to do so much at one time. That's just that's a thought of mine out loud. I'm not saying that there's not going to be the capacity, but right now, sitting here today, that is a concern, to overstretch yourself so much that what you're doing well right now can't be done well, because you've spread yourself out so thin across an entire geographic area. Eric, did you have something?
Yeah, I had a number of thoughts. I think first that I echo some of the compliments I've been given about transparency, and about just simply putting money in, and not seeking some other forms of financial gratification, or just simply trying to run these schools in a model that would spread them thin, right? If the CMO was trying to control each of the schools and employ each of the employees there, it would be very different than trying to provide back office support and some other things, and letting the schools run within the programs they have. I think I'm going to argue with myself a little bit in the idea of them creating the elementary schools. They're going to have a model that, I'm not saying it's McDonald's or Chick-fil-A that you can just throw these buildings up, but it's as close an education as you can get, where they're gonna be having the exact curriculums, the exact staffing models, the exact square footage. I mean, it's all gonna be so precise to a way that, it can be replicated, I think, in a way that I wouldn't be worried about spreading, being too thin. I do think that, I would love to see more about the CMO agreement. I don't know how we're planning on voting this. I know we're waiting to do all the schools. I don't know if those things could happen simultaneously or not. I do think that, you do lose a little credibility when you come back and you decrease grade levels and you take a school that was opened and now you're taking it back. You do. Mistakes happen, but you do. I want to hear a lot more about why that school is being taken from it, from why they don't want to open it. I know they said we want to put our emphasis on the Gastonia or the other school. But you wrote a whole application saying there was a need at this place, and you convinced all of us to say, yes, these kids need it, these families need it, and then to take it back. I need to hear a lot more about why that happened. Overall, I'm a huge fan of what they do and why they're doing it, and the intention behind the nonprofits that are going in on this. And I think it is a really cool, as Bruce said, homegrown CMO that could be something that is, we brag about as a state.
Okay, so we've reached our time. Thank you for all your comments. As a reminder, before we move into the second application, there's 3 choices. Move to RTO, bring back for a second interview, not recommend moving forward. So just as we had those conversations about the CMO or things like that, there are options out there where we could explore getting that information before a vote.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so let's come back at, actually 14 minutes, 10:50.
Thank you.
Mother's,
Fruit roll-ups.
Mother Nature's candy, right?
All right, we're live again, so welcome back. Our next applicant is Movement Schools Greensboro. Ms. Rackley, I'll turn it over to you.
We'll move right along to Movement Greensboro. Excuse that typo there, but in year one, again, we're seeing 120 students in grades K1. The typo's in that year 3, so it's not 3,654. It should be 365 students. But similar demographic-wise in terms of the students eligible for free and reduced lunch and their transportation service. We can allow the movement board back up to discuss the particulars of their location. And we have their LEA demographic comparison by way of Guilford County. So there's about 124 traditional schools in the Guilford LEA with 13 charters in the area. You can look at the EDS comparisons and the subgroup comparisons for Movement Greensboro. We can allow Mr. Hurley and his board to come back up and discuss with us some of the nuances of the Greensboro school relative to what we heard earlier. Okay.
All right, great to be back. So I'm just gonna start with trying to answer some questions while going through this, because that was a recommendation from before. So as it relates to our capacity, one of the biggest things as it relates to capacity is the talent, right? Like making sure that you have the right people on the bus and just incredibly qualified. So I'm just gonna go through our talent really briefly. We have Janika Mullen, who is a superintendent for Central North Carolina, not Central North Carolina, Charlotte area. She is a graduate of Relay. She was a principal at Achievement First. She was a teacher, a master teacher and principal at Achievement First. She then joined Achievement First Navigator, which is a program in which supports other schools and organizations across states with mathematics. She was a coach for that, and she helped support different regions in California and Texas. She then became a superintendent here for us at Movement. She's been with us for this is her 2nd year. Then we also have Tamika Royal. She is not present today, but she will be the superintendent for our Atlanta region in Georgia. She is coming from Uncommon Schools. She was with them for almost a decade. She, in particular, was a principal at Uncommon Schools for 7 years, Uncommon North Star in Newark, New Jersey. She has consistently performed. Over 90% of her students have been proficient in both math and ELA. She is also a relay instructor, where she is currently still working across different states. She actually, her portfolio is North Carolina, so any North Carolina teachers that are in relay, they actually know Tamika. Tamika is an undergrad, a graduate of Cornell University, where she went for undergrad and her MBA. And then also another fact about her is that she made history as a teacher when she taught 3rd grade, having the strongest results in New York on the state assessment for growth. So that is Tamika, who's the head of the region in Atlanta. And then we have Jermaine Gassaway, who will introduce himself today because he's here, and he is the head of Greensboro.
Good morning, everyone. Jermaine Gassaway, originally from Washington, D.C. I was a 2010 Teach for America Corps member, and then from there I taught in Detroit, Michigan, where my students had the highest performance in 4th grade. Relocated to actually open and found the first school in Washington, D.C. with Rocket Ship Public Schools. So I was the founding school leader. In year 1, we took the school became Tier 1, which is the highest performance that you can earn in Washington, D.C. A year later, I relocated to Nashville, Tennessee as a principal at Rocket Ship and took over our lowest performing school in our network of 19 at the time. In my first year, we was on a priority list, and I turned that school around within 1 year to earn reward status in the state of Tennessee, which is the highest performance rating that you can earn. And I also grew my elementary school 3 times faster than any other elementary school in Davidson County in Nashville, Tennessee. From there, I was a principal for a number of years, and then I actually got promoted to director of schools, where I oversaw our schools in Nashville and also in Texas, Fort Worth, Texas, where we opened our first campus for Rocket Ship Public Schools. So I did that role for 2 years, and now I'm with Movement, and I'm super excited. I've been hired early so that I can come on, learn the landscape, also learn Movement model, so that we can continue to implement and centralize our model across other locations. So that's just a little bit just about myself. I'm a graduate of Johnson C. Smith University for undergrad, also American University, my master's in educational leadership and policy, and I'm super excited just to share more about the work that we plan to do in Greensboro.
I'm excited for you to get to meet some more of our team and hear about some more of our team, because that, you know, we're only as good as our leadership, and we're so fortunate to be able to attract leaders like Jermaine. And as he shared, you know, we hired him before we had a location for Raleigh, because one of the things we believe is it is so important to find the right superintendents and educational leaders that when someone like him comes our way, is ready to relocate back to North Carolina, we snatch him up immediately. And that is part of why we also have the confidence to say, hey, we know we can do Raleigh and Greensboro, because we have someone like him who's launched multiple schools for a network, has led schools at the highest level, and all he needs is our facilities team to give him a school to lead in Raleigh. And that was the challenge with the 3 schools that we delayed. That's one thing I want to be clear about, is we could not find a facility that we could purchase and renovate for $12 million. We tried, we could not do it. And so now we've increased our target to $15 million. As you know, the construction costs have come up. And that's a piece where we were not able to control that. I hope it'll give you confidence, though, is what we didn't do, is we didn't say, oh, we're going to keep going forward with Raleigh and try to get a rental facility. Oh, we're going to keep going forward and hope we find something. We pulled the ripcord on it, asked for the delay, as soon as it came time that we had to start communicating with parents. Because we knew this fall we had to tell parents, and we're not going to tell them something we're not going to deliver on. So it is, I wish we didn't have to have the 3 delays. Also, I hope, you know, and I trust you all see the reason is because we want to keep the promises, especially the ones we're making to our parents. With Greensboro, we're very excited to go there, especially because it is a growing market. And I'm looking now, if you look at the Greensboro handout that I shared, the first thing is at the bottom in figure 1, I want you all to see just where the movement schools average compares to similar schools in Guilford County. Because one of the reasons we are pushing so hard, and I think the same reason you all push so hard at what you do, is because we do believe there's an urgent need for parents to have more high-quality options, especially low-income parents, especially Black parents. And that's what we work to focus on. So you can see our academic performance is notably higher than the average Guilford performance for similar schools. That's even more true for the Black students that we serve, which is at Freedom over 90% of our students. So that's one thing I don't want to get lost here.
Where's the school going to be?
This is going to be in Greensboro.
Yeah, but where?
So we have not yet identified a location. We have a target address, which Garrett can speak to some. It's in Northeast Greensboro, where we have found the highest concentration we think of need. On the next page, we look at just I've done a lot of work looking at, it's Black market share. So it's how many of our Black families are actually enrolled in charter schools. And there's a study that really impacted me called the Rising Tide Study. Some of you all may be familiar with it out of Stanford University. And what you hear a lot of times is folks say, oh, you know, you open up charter schools and they're going to eat away at our traditional public schools. They're going to hurt them, you know, by taking talent or taking students. So the Rising Tide Study, it literally says a rising tide of charter school enrollment lifts all boats. So what they found was as the number of Black and Latino kids enrolled in charter schools increased, it helped their performance, but also helped the performance of traditional public schools around them. Interestingly, for white students, it didn't have as much of an impact. And I think part of that is because of the access to quality options. They found that when you increased the market share by 20%, the achievement level in traditional public schools went up a full grade level. And so part of why I'm so focused on this market share idea is, one, I believe it shows, hey, we have room for more capacity. If you look at that list of major districts, you know, Los Angeles at 24%, Houston at 20%, Dallas at 17%. And this was from 2015. The last time anybody tracked this was 2015, which also tells you how much I think the sector is ignored. And so right now, Guilford is at a 12% market share if you look in figure 4. 12% of Black students in Guilford County are enrolled in charters. To get to the average, say for a large urban district, 55th percentile, they'd need another 500. To get towards the upper end, it would take another 2,000 students in Guilford County, 2,000 Black students enrolled in charter schools. So we believe There's a market and a need for more, and we believe that's going to help all schools rise up. And we've seen this at our Freedom Drive campus. Something I'm so excited to share is the School of the Year for CMS was Renaissance West this year. They're located about a half a mile down the road from Freedom Drive, and it's a school that has struggled for years, and their scores came up. And rather than us competing with them and beating them down, we have collaborated, and I'm so proud of their success. If you look about a mile to the north of Freedom Drive, it's Allenbrook Elementary, 20-point growth in reading, massive. And again, rather than this story that you hear of, oh, the charter comes in, they beat down the other schools they heard, and we've collaborated with them. I'd like to think, in a spirit of good-natured competition, the same way a lot of our schools compete, let's all raise our game in a geographic capacity. And so that's also part of why we are pushing into so many different areas, because one of the things we do want to show is, hey, this is replicable. We've talked about things like Chick-fil-A or Starbucks. We want to say, like, look, this is not a magic thing. It's hard work. But many folks in this room through their charter schools have said, here's the steps you have to take. If you replicate them faithfully and with hard work, you can repeat this kind of success for students over and over again. And so we are being very aggressive at pushing towards that. We've also, though, gotten a lot better at understanding our target market and our demographics. So if you look at Figure 5 and Figure 6, these are all the schools within a 5-mile drive of our target location. And I included traditional and charter on there, so the light blue are your charter schools. And so you can see, for a lot of those dots that are well below the average movement performance, those are students right now that I believe would want a better option. We want to provide it to them. Figure 7 looks at the 10-minute drive time of our campuses. We've learned about 75% of our parents come from within 10 minutes drive. That's what we learned also from Charter School Growth Fund. So now we've gotten a lot better at saying, okay, within our target location, how many students are within that 10-minute drive? So that's what Figure 8 shows you. We've got about 12,000 kids in grades 1 through 4. And so we believe, hey, there's plenty to fill up our 120 in kindergarten and first grade. To speak to some of y'all's questions, I think KTT talked to capacity outside the state. In terms of Northeast Charlotte, I appreciate what you all said of, hey, like you told us how important this was, you wanted to go there, and now you're saying, oh, we're going to prioritize Gastonia. What I would say is, I would love to pursue both. I would love to say, hey, here it is, we're going to go after it. What I've also heard very clearly from this board, though, is that I need to be very judicious and targeted in what I pursue and what I ask for. It's clear we are already pushing the capacity of what's possible. And so if you ask me, hey, if we have to choose, I'm going to go to a place where we have a demonstrated need and a facility. It's been incredibly hard for us to find a facility in Northeast Charlotte. Also with capacity, that is part of why, we've made the tough choice to drop back from middle school, is we are eyes wide open on how hard this is to replicate repeatedly with success, and that's why we are doing everything we can to stack the deck in favor of our students and our kids by getting even more focused about our model. So we appreciate the chance to share with you.
Oh, that's right. This is yours, Rita.
Would you like to?
No. I was just so ready.
I was ready for you too. Okay, thank you for that presentation, for the additional information. So it's time to take questions from our board. What kinds of things we left hanging from the first discussion? Similar application, same board?
I'm sorry, your name escaping me.
Jermaine?
Jermaine, yeah, sorry, yeah. So just to be clear, you would be slated to be the principal at Greensboro or the superintendent over all the North Carolina schools?
The superintendent of Greensboro and Raleigh.
And Raleigh?
Yeah.
Down the road.
The school principal.
Yes.
Let me just piggyback.
I just gave you a bigger job.
I was confused too because this card says Janika Mullins, Superintendent Central, Jermaine Gassaway, Superintendent Central.
That was a printing error on my fault.
So which one is which?
So Janika leads Charlotte and Jermaine leads Central Moselle.
So this should say Charlotte area.
So when you guys are saying Northeast Greensboro, you talking like McLeansville? Or Brown Summit? Where?
Hey, so the areas that we're targeting are actually kind of south to southwest Greensboro. We've targeted around the airport and also to the east, northeast of Greensboro. So Cumberland area, south-southwest would be.
High Point?
I'm
Like
sorry.
in the High Point?
We have looked down into High Point as well, yes. And so,
So not northeast, southwest.
right, well, it's north-northeast with the target demographic that you're seeing up there is Cumberland, which would be east to northeast of downtown Greensboro.
We've talked
You said, I thought I heard someone say like over in the airport direction, that's northwest, not northeast.
Yes, I was saying those are the pockets that we've looked at. So the demographic that we have that with the north or the east northeast is a demographic in the kind of Cumberland area. We've also, I was just saying the pockets of poverty that we've identified as potential areas that we're going to be looking for real estate that's going to be our pinpoint area. We've already talked to a number of churches and talked to a couple of other potential facility options in that area. The other kind of tier 2 for us would be south to southwest. And then tier 3 for us, there's just not as much density as around the southern part of the airport, which is, to your point, northwest Greensboro.
So you don't yet have a facility identified in Greensboro?
We do not have a facility under contract in Greensboro.
Which kind of highlights the fact that you haven't identified the demographic. I mean, you talked about the first thing is to identify the need, right? The demonstrated need and then the facility. So you really haven't identified either one.
Yeah, so I can pull up, if I can send this to the board as well. But one of the target addresses that we have looked at and pulled all the demographic data for is 1810 Phillips Avenue, Greensboro, which is east-northeast Greensboro. And within that 5-minute drive time, we've got a $34,000 median income. We've got 21,000 of the population there. And African-American students under 4, there's 699, and total population of students under 5 is 1,538. And so, as Tim mentioned, we really look for within a 10-minute drive time. And so within that 10-minute drive time, there's over 102,000 people as it relates to density. 3,000 of those are students, African-American students under 4. And then the total student population count is 6,900, 6,996 of total students. And so that is kind of the area that we are pinpointing on the map. And so we've still got to have lots of conversations to actually get a building under contract. But when we take that, we benchmark our best schools by way of enrollment, which would be Freedom Drive right now. So we'll benchmark that data and then take multiple data points off of that and try to ascertain kind of the best area within a 10-minute drive time within the Greensboro market. And so that's the address that we have targeted, that we've pinpointed on a map. I just wanted to let you guys know that we're looking in multiple areas for real estate. Because as you guys know, with the current market in Raleigh, Greensboro, Charlotte, there's been a ton of institutional investment post-COVID, and so that has really zapped the real estate market for schools.
Just know, I used to be a regional superintendent for Guilford County Schools, and you take a look at school performance, not to single anybody out, but the High Point area is totally impoverished, and has been, I mean, Judge Manning, back in the day, that was his turf, right? So also knowing that the furniture market took a dramatic hit in that area, I could imagine that facilities in that area would be a lot more robust than you're going to find on the east side of Guilford. And I know east side Guilford becomes a little bit more rural and less dense than you're going to find in the High Point, Jamestown area. So, I mean, not that I'm trying to steer you, I'm just saying that realistically thinking about where the greatest need is, I would go back and look at those numbers of the schools in those areas and how underperforming they are.
That's great. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Bruce?
So between the two schools, Greensboro or Gastonia, which do you feel you're further along in being able to secure facility? Did I hear you say it was Greensboro? Gastonia.
We've secured the guest house.
Just used to.
Has Movement always constructed new construction when opening a school, or have you leased other facilities first? What has your pattern been so far?
We have, we've always purchased.
Okay.
We've always purchased, we've never leased, and it's been generally renovation of an existing structure. At Eastland, it was half renovation of a vacant grocery store, and then we added, I think, about 20,000 square feet of new construction.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Questions for these guys, for this team?
So, I mean, maybe just an obvious question is, we just heard that we pulled the Northeast Charlotte because we didn't have a facility and we had to prioritize, and now we're same situation in Greensboro. We have an idea, but we don't have a facility yet. And instead of telling parents, you know, sorry, we're not gonna, you showed interest, but now we don't have a facility, so we have to move. What's the ration? How do you answer, how do you speak to that? Maybe my question is more of a, just throwing it out there. Maybe other people are thinking it, but how do you address the fact that we just pulled an application because we didn't have a facility and now we're trying to open a school that we don't have a facility for yet?
And we have 3 in delay for
Yeah.
facility.
Well, I'll start by,
About their goals too. I noticed, they're pretty lofty, which I appreciate. Give some, feedback on how you came up with your academic goals.
so I'll start by answering, the question, similar to like what Alex mentioned. I think the timeline piece is something that we, you know, wish we had. Like, we wish we had more for like, okay, we want to get this approval and we have like a 3-year timeline to do said X. I think because the timeline is just a little bit tighter, it then creates, you know, different challenges. So we are in the midst of like, there are times in which we secure the facility and now we have to go after the charter, and it worked for us. And there are times in which like it was better to secure the charter first and then try to find it. So because we've done both and we've seen success in both, I think it's like just tricky in general, just trying to lock in like which is best, because in different situations, we can make an argument for either. But I do think that if we had the timeline to like really like say, okay, within 3 years, you have to now open this location, I think we will be able to fulfill a lot of these approvals. But the timeline and then the real estate challenges, of course, are things that are just not 100% like within control. But knowing that like if we do have an approval, it does increase our urgency on our end to secure a facility, and then make sure that like all of our resources can go towards securing a facility in Greensboro, because we know that we got the approval. So it's a dance. It's a dance.
I just, you know, we would love to, I'd love to come in each time and say we've got a facility, you know, lined up. I'm guessing most charter schools would love to come in and say that. And for us, the bar is not just, hey, can we find a place to rent? It's actually a permanent home. So, you know, that's a high bar and it's hard. The good side of it though is once we launch, hey, we don't have to move in a couple of years. This is not a rental. This is a permanent home with room for all of our grades.
This application is for 2025, right?
Yeah, and the reason I asked the question is because, I mean, obviously, if there's anybody in the community that's paying attention to this, that if I saw, it gives you an opportunity to answer the question as to, well, they said they were gonna open up, and then it didn't, so why would we, which, you know, damages your enrollment, right?
Yeah.
And a nice thing, say with Raleigh is, you know, we did the parent interest survey, but we have not been marketing to those parents, so, because that would damage our brand deeply, right? If we said, hey, we're gonna do this. And so we pulled the plug because we said, we know we need to start marketing now. And so in Raleigh, there's now this group of parents that we said, hey, we're coming, we're not coming, you know, and that's the reason.
Yeah, and we're very specific about interest versus like, this is, you know, where we're going and this is what we're doing, just to make sure that we are able to always keep our commitments to our families.
Dave asked a question about what was your question about academic goals?
Their academic goals, I think 75% of your students are gonna be above state level. Is that what your other schools are doing right now?
So that is what we're striving to do. So a part of like us tightening in our model and like really focusing on the area of expertise. So you can see that we are bringing on leaders that have an expertise in the elementary school world so that we can really hone in there. And that is like, with doing that, we're gonna be able to see the target that we're going after.
And how many years would you hope to reach that goal? Obviously, you got a couple years because you're not in the grading.
Yes.
That's great, but,
Yes, and we do have some time because right now only 2 of our campuses are at the state testing grade. So our goal is to do that within 2 to 3 years. And I say that because we do have some time for some of our schools to like get to the state testing grade.
So I was curious, in both applications, you refer to resources from Success Academy Charter School in New York, and yet Sugar Creek was the model and the thing that so impressed and inspired. So did Sugar Creek use that same curriculum, or why did you not use what they were using?
Yeah, I would say we are inspired by lots of great, high-quality schools. Sugar Creek is one, Success Academy is one. There are leaders sitting at this table in which we also look at their schools and what they are doing. And that is like, that's something about movement. When we talk about partnership, when we talk about like truly like doing the work and like the research to like figure out like who's doing great stuff and partnering with them and asking them questions and figuring out like what they're doing, because we are in the work of like doing what's best for all of our children, that's what we will always commit to. So I do think that there are many areas in which you'll see an example of like different high-performing charter organizations that is similar to our model, because our goal is to learn from the best. And again, some of these leaders are sitting at this table today, so like that's important to also know. So Sugar Creek is one, but as well as
And
Henderson.
on Sugar Creek specifically too, what we really loved was the fact that it was operating sustainably within the school model, like that, and delivering, great results for kids. Yeah, like Katie said, it's different pieces, but with Sugar Creek specifically, we'd been down to tour Drew Charter School in Atlanta, which probably a lot of you are familiar with. It's an amazing success story, and it requires, millions of dollars just to keep that school running. And so that's where Sugar Creek was like, man, they're doing it, on a budget. And so if you look at our schools, they look a lot more like Sugar Creek than say a Drew. So I think that's the piece.
So your superintendents are funded by the foundation? Okay.
Currently.
So you guys talked about going to present for the Charter School Growth Fund, which means your strategy is fully fleshed out and been baked and vetted and pressure tested and whatnot. Can you walk us through, and I know you've done a little bit of it today, but just looking at the map with regard to South Carolina, Atlanta, parts of North Carolina, help us see kind of your brain and how you guys are thinking about 3 distinct locations like that.
Yeah. So with our model, in particular with North Carolina, you'll notice that all of the schools are like really close by as it relates to region. So for example, the Charlotte region, right now we have the 4 operating schools, and even when we add Gastonia, that's 20 minutes from the Freedom Campus. So even though it's Gastonia, it's still like right there. So the superintendent can operate a good number of schools within a close radius, and we can share resources within a close radius. That's our overall model, to be able to open up in a location and then open up several schools within that same region so that we are able to share resources and you'll start to see the model thrive. So our goal is that while, yes, we're going to Charleston, South Carolina, our goal is to open up several schools in Charleston in particular so that they can have the similar structure. We're seeing it work here in North Carolina. So North Carolina being like homegrown, as was mentioned earlier, where we started, our goal is to try to replicate that type of model in Atlanta and in South Carolina. Because we have the superintendents of the regions that are overseeing these particular region, that's how we're ensuring the high quality control. Those superintendents have to get trained at our movement location schools here in Charlotte, North Carolina, before they go out into their regions. But over time, our growth goal is to grow around the schools that we are putting the pin in the map. So Charleston, we put that pin, we now want about 6 schools there. Atlanta.
What's the pitch to CSGF? Like, how far are you going? Is it just these 3 locations and bringing them out, or is that map gonna, are you talking about the East Coast? Are you talking about, what are you guys talking about?
So we're Southeast. So that's like what we focused on with Charter School Growth Fund, that we want to stay kind of within these 3 states, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. We don't want to go outside of these 3 states, more so region specific. So like North Carolina, of course, is a large state. We're in Charlotte. We have like the 6 model school. Our goal is with Greensboro, Raleigh, do a very similar thing because it's far enough, right, from each other. It's like one superintendent can't do Charlotte and Raleigh. Like that's just too far. But if we have a very similar model where it's like 6 campuses in that Greensboro, Raleigh area, we'll start to see our model take up and get some traction. So our goal is to like focus on the 3 states and have like this like region build out.
How many schools, though, is in the presentation that you guys are doing?
Over the next 5 years, there would be the 8 in North Carolina, and then I think it's 6 additional in Georgia and South Carolina together. So one thing I would share is, y'all made the point of, hey, the chance to sit down with your policy committee, or a chance to sit down again, you know, I think as I come into these conversations, sometimes I'm not sure, do we talk about Georgia or South Carolina or not? You know, is that, because some states feel like, hey, this is North Carolina, we do not care. We actually appreciate this board in that, like, it is always a back and forth. And so, we would welcome the chance, you know, if y'all say, hey, we'd like to sit down with you with the policy committee, see what you're gonna show Charter School Growth Fund, give us advice, kick the tires on it. We're, you know, I wish, anyway, so that's something, again, we would welcome. If you said, hey, we'd like you to come back for round 2 after we've had that conversation, great. We want to build a strong partnership.
Your plan is to build a significant number of schools. And Mr. Sanchez earlier made the comment that, you know, you've got a model, McDonald's and Chick-fil-A, you can kind of, they replicate that model and they can do it, you know, do it in a hurry. But when we look back at Chick-fil-A, once upon a time, they had one store that had a great chicken sandwich. And they actually grew relatively slowly. And I'm in the business school here at NC State, and venture capital firms, when they're getting new businesses up off the ground, they actually are hesitant to put too much money in early because the management begins to run out and think they've got the model solved because somebody gave money, they need to go out and spend it. And so there's this tension between, you know, getting it right early, particularly when you want to grow a big organization, getting it right, and then growing that out, because after you grow, it's harder to tweak the model. So I guess one thing I want to know is, do you feel like you've got the perfect chicken sandwich? Because you're really planning to go out and open, you know, and we've seen restaurant chains that built lots and lots of locations and then they folded because it turns out they didn't really have that great a model to begin with.
Yeah.
And as you guys are answering the question about the perfect chicken sandwich, have you guys internally had a discussion about what's beyond our capacity? Like how much is too much?
Yeah. Well said question. And yes, we've been having this conversation because we had to lock in our vision, we had to lock in our model, and we had to lock in like where we are going to place those bets. And then once we did that, we then started to see, okay, if that's the case, then this doesn't fit this model. For example, middle school, or for example, going to Austin, Texas, right? Like if we're like trying to lock in on a region or really grow out a region. So there was a point in which where we had huge goals and huge dreams, and we still do, right? But it was just like we were trying to go all over the map. If you want us, we're coming, right? And now we're like, no. Like we want to hone in on these 3 states. We want to hone in on particular regions. We want to make sure that we build out enough in a region so that that region can thrive and the shared resource model can work. But that also meant that we had to be very clear about what that model is. Okay, you want 2 educators in the classroom. You want a pipeline in which like you're able to say a lot of our talent is homegrown. Okay, so then there are certain things that you have to put in place. So we sat down and really over the years like figured out like who do we want to be. There are lots of amazing CMOs that we admire, but we said who do we want to be? And with doing so, that then meant we had to go back and make some changes because that probably wasn't the original plan. But what that will show is that we're going to always be very data driven. We're going to always be an organization that is like listening to our constituents and the stakeholders and everyone that, you know, wants to see us win and make the best decisions. That's going to come changes. That's going to come some changes, and we do know that. But for the most part, the vision and like what in the model, we have like locked that in. I think now we can proudly say like, yes, we've locked in, we placed a bet, we're doing pre-K, we're doing, you know, elementary school, we're gonna partner with great middle schools and high schools. Like we're locked in on that, and we're locked in on our states.
I have a question. Have you had long enough, you feel like you got the right model.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had long enough for that model to be vetted so that if kids don't perform as well as you plan for them to, that you can tweak the model before you're blowing it up? Because it's really hard to tune the engine once the car's on the highway.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is accurate. It is hard to do that, to go back, but when you look at our data, when you look at every single movement school that we place in the community, our goal is to be able to say that within a certain mile radius, that is the best option for your child and the children that we serve. And we are able to say that. Now, because we have high expectations, like this is not enough. Like you are talking to people where it's just like, that's not the bar. But we are able to say that. We are able to say that when you put a movement school, and if you are a student of an economically disadvantaged background, that when you come to a movement school, your option like just increased significantly by double digits. So the data points that we're placing in front of you does show that it's still gonna be the best option in that particular community, in that particular region, within that particular radius. I want it so that it doesn't matter. It's just the best option, period. And because that's what we want, we're gonna constantly keep going and figuring out and refining our systems and our models and our tool, because that's the ultimate bar and vision. But currently, the model does show that when you place a school here, it's the best option for our kids.
We need to put a pause here. We're at 2 minutes. We're at the 2-minute mark. So, board, what other questions you're compelled to get in before we cut it off?
I think mine might be more of a comment than a question, but, well, I do have a question. When your schools in South Carolina or Georgia, will they be the same board in North Carolina? Be separate boards?
Separate board.
We won't get into the CMO conversation too much right now, but they would be the same CMO. When you come back to us, we can vet that. You have a very strong, impressive board, very strong, impressive people that work for you. My question is, do you have the capacity to run all the schools that you're asking to run in North Carolina? Knowing that in the past, you've had to come back, lower your enrollment, you've had to withdraw one, you've got 3 or 4 schools in delay. And I know if this, because I think everybody at this table really appreciates your mission and the population you want to serve, and you're doing a great job at that, are we giving you a pass, or being tough enough, or are we scrutinizing enough to say, do you truly have the capacity to do this? And don't take this wrong, but homegrown, you had a school start in Charlotte, but you brought in a lot of people, a lot of experts from out of the state to come in. Is it truly, homegrown? I don't want to argue whether it is or not, but I just want to make sure that this board is scrutinizing as much, if this board has, and your leadership has the capacity to run this many schools, because if there was another application that maybe we didn't agree with the mission as much, we would probably really be doubting whether one state board could run these many schools. A state board is a pretty controversial approach in North Carolina, even though I think it's a good model, but that's my comment.
If you could be concise, we're out of
I'd love
time.
to, I always appreciate, like I said, the honest conversation. I mean, one, in terms of, our ability, one thing I'd want to highlight is we are at 97% to maximum enrollment, 98% to maximum enrollment across our network. And so we hit a challenge last year, and guess what? We learned fast. And this whole time, we're going to have challenges. I think that compares favorably if you look across the state and the general enrollment of charters across the state, especially some of the headwinds. So I think our record reflects favorably there. In terms of, our capacity to grow as a network, I think the best research says that actually network schools, especially for low-income children, tend to do better than solo operators. It is so hard as a solo operator, as many of you all know. And so I actually think if you're saying, what is the safer bet? It's risky for you all, I understand, to do it, to say, man, we're going to let these folks keep pushing into it. But with us, you have a known entity, someone who has 6 years of learning from the mistakes that you've watched us make. And across the nation, networked operators are doing a better job. And that's part of what we want to bring here, is to show, hey, you can do networks for low-income kids in the right way. And I can't think of anybody else in a better position than us to take it on. It'd be safer to say, no, we're going to do it one at a time. But the piece that I think we're also not talking about here is what gets us up in the morning. We have kids every day who wake up and their parents say, what's my options in these schools? And yes, it's a risk to say yes to us, but the alternative risk, the safe one, is they have no other option in this place, or as you see from the data, subpar options. So yeah, it's a risk on all of our part to go forward, and we appreciate you've taken a risk on us thus far, and that's not lost on me, and we're ready to keep pushing forward.
I have a yes/no question. In Gastonia, you said 33% of your necessary staff had already committed to move from other schools.
Yes.
Is the same thing true in the Greensboro?
So.
Yes or no?
I was on vacation when that survey went out. Did you? Not yet, not yet, not yet,
Not the commitments?
not yet.
Okay. That is the goal?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
goal, yes.
Okay, time for deliberation. How much
Closing
time do we
remarks
have?
first?
Oh, I'm sorry, you do get closing remarks. Anything you wanted to follow up on, you have the time. Okay. Okay, thank you for redeeming the time. Ashley, what time do we have for our deliberation?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
I mean, in the 10 minutes, I guess if you wanted theirs.
Especially some of those we haven't heard from at all. You're thinking, haven't heard from you.
The goal is to vote at the end of this, or?
I'm both separate, yeah.
Okay.
A reminder, the vote can be yes to RTO, no to RTO, or second interview. If we felt there's more information that we're looking for.
May I ask a question of the board and past precedent, I guess, more as we continue to balance the new responsibility versus what has previously happened? I'm interested to question the pulling back of the middle school versus the opening of these elementary schools where they don't have any data to give us until the 3rd grade year. So they're gonna open these schools in kind of mass form, and we won't have anything for kindergarten, 1st grade, and 2nd grade as to the success. And granted, we shouldn't only be judging based on our EOG scores, but we are. So I just didn't know if there was some scrutiny that should be allowed with that choice, or if that's okay, or what has been previously thought about with not the continuation from 5th grade to 12th grade.
And this is where I worry about whether the chicken sandwich is really as good as we want it to be. And I'm guessing they have their own internal data that's telling them something. But what we're seeing, we don't get to see that yet. And that's
Yeah,
is that the?
middle school's hard, and high school's really hard, and K through 5 is not as hard, because K1 and 2 don't have tested scores to relate to. So that was really the only just glaring wondering that I had about opening these quite a few schools without having EOG or EOC scores or next steps, or the commitment is solid. I was so impressed consistently. Everything that they said was like, yes, yes, yes. But it feels like a gap long-term.
And I feel, we've had this conversation, we had it a lot.
That's what I don't know,
Coming
okay.
out of COVID, we had years with no data and schools that wanted to grow, and, you know, we promise we're doing a good job, we just can't
Trust
prove
us.
it, right? And so COVID, I feel like during that time, we probably gave some passes in that moment, but I think it is, I think, yeah, I mean, but, and some of that was movement, you know, you guys were in some of those conversations, but I do appreciate, you know, the chicken sandwich analogy, and I understand what you're talking about. When you get under the hood of the data, you know, and freedom is a D, you know, who you didn't meet, met, you know, when you look, you know, where there is data. I think it's a fair question. I think they're both fair questions, and like, do we know? Like, I think they've assembled a great group and a great team, but we can't sit here as a board and say they're operating 3A schools, we ought to give them 4, right? Like, we can't say that, you know, but I'm not sure what that means.
I just think if we look at comparison EMOs and CMOs, it's kind of the same thing, and they've gotten green lighted for bigger schools on a faster trajectory. So for me, it's about consistency, particularly with the student population that they're gonna serve. I also think I would argue the chicken sandwich is made, it's just been made by other people. And whether or not they're hiring some of the people that are running Chick-fil-A to try to help them make that chicken sandwich better, but that is a significant, you know, that's a leap to make. But, you know, it is being done. Success Academies is one of the ones that is like the most significantly, it performs at a level that's beyond all comprehension, honestly. But as well as Uncommon and AF, I think it's like, how do you actually take that and replicate it? How do you scale it? How do you do that? In a different budget environment, New York gets like 23,000 a kid or something crazy like that. Obviously, they have to pay teachers a lot more. So the other thing is on the data piece. I do think we with these schools that are not opening, are not getting data quickly. Like there is a ton of data for elementary school that we can ask people to provide, and we should be asking for it because you can project. Like we've used Dibbles that if we found kids that were blue composite and Dibbles last year pretty much almost without exception passed the EOG. And the ones that didn't pass. And then we have map data, we have I mean, we're all using this data. So I feel like we should request and see lots of data over time from these schools, and we should probably ask for it in renewal too, from, you know, just the EOG is one measure, it's the most important. But those, I was just, when you asked that question, that's what I was like, yeah, why don't we ask for this stuff? You know, I think that movement is a value add in the state. I want to support it. The only reason I'm going to support it. The only reason I would say come back again would be to give them another month to like work on some of this stuff. Like give us like the board trajectory for the next few years. Like give us like a CMO org chart, like projection for the next 5 years. But they might not be ready. That stuff does take a long time. If they're working with Charter School Growth Fund, like. And those people are the best. Like I'm doing some work funded from the Skibo Foundation, I guess, with the Charter School Growth Fund, with this group called Bellwether, and these people are super smart and amazing, and they're helping us plot our growth trajectory and align, make sure our model as a school is super aligned. Stuff that I desperately need to do, and I'm kind of just. I was like, yeah, we'll add high school, and then didn't listen to Eric and everyone else that said high school's hard, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't plan enough. But like, they may have some of that behind the scenes that we just haven't seen. So if we wanted to ask them to come back, we could like dig deeper. I think it would depend on this.
I'd rather not ask them to come back just because they have stuff, they might have stuff behind the scenes, because once we go down that route, we're gonna be asking other schools to provide more and more and more information.
True.
That I would hate to ask them for more data just because we think they've got it.
Fair.
I think we have enough that we should be able to vote on.
I agree with your observations though, Alex, and
Yes,
actually wondered, it would have been good if they had brought the data they have from schools. We know that internally the schools have it. I'm assuming that the data points on these charts are reflective of current performance of current movement schools.
Yeah.
Is there
So there's nothing specific, but there's that one dot.
is there data that is required that you, or you just ask for what they have?
I mean, it's got to be nationally normed, standards-based data. So like Dibbles, M-Class.
Were you asking,
iReady.
are they asked to submit specific data for this application? Is that what you're asking?
Right.
Not even for this application, just like in the future as you come for renewal, or like, I mean, there's no reason people can't email us some extra information, like, hey, you know, here's a follow-up next year to here, we've aggregated at the end of the year all of our K2 data, and here's what it is. I mean, I don't want to be overwhelmed by stuff, but if you could make a really nice thing like this, I'm sure you could make a really nice 2-page document that kind of captures all of it.
Yeah, because I mean, it's certainly reasonable that if the argument is we're doing it really well, let us do more of it. That the data that proves that is valuable.
Mr. Chair, you may see that we're out of time. If you want to move us forward for both schools, how you want to proceed?
Can I say one more comment, if you don't mind? You know, I think the capacity issue, I see both sides of it. I think the amount of work they must have done to prepare, because we had gone down some of this road, to present to CSGF is, I mean, it's immense. I mean, it's nothing like I could even explain. It's hours and hours and months. So there is a lot of information that that we didn't ask for, and that wasn't shared today because we didn't ask for it, that could maybe help with the capacity question, especially when you're starting to talk about 20 schools in 5 years or something like that across 3 states, which seems to be a big question here. They're doing an amazing job of getting talent. You guys they may not be household names to you, some of the people they talked about today, but they are to like Alex and I. These are like,
We were like Tamika, they got Tamika.
yeah, these are
We know these
really heavy hitters. Like the resumes don't lie of what they're saying about those people. So I think the talent will be in the building, the program will be there. I think there is still more to be shown about the perfect chicken sandwich and whether it's there. I think a lot of renowned chefs, but to see if the actual sandwich is good, we'll see. And I think the question about their performance, I think there's a trajectory we're seeing. We've seen them a few times now, and there was 1 or 2 times where, to be honest, I looked at the results and I had to, am I going to support this motion? Am I not? I mean, we're talking, low numbers. We're seeing that trajectory go, and I think it's just going to keep going and going and going. And I think we'll be proud of this group. I think I'll say one last thing, and I know I've said it a couple times, but I can't, when Tim finishes off by saying, hey, would you rather them go to a local district or the proven method? And it's like, but that's what they're going after 5th grade if there's no real partnerships. And so it's the criticism that I have of this that I won't stop saying, because when you have all this resources and all of this and everything you have, and you're making these promises to families, to put them back in a district you're not completely believing in, and that's why you started the school, seems to be, I don't know, it seems to be counterintuitive in my mind. But I would support either them coming back for an interview if the capacity issue is there, or I'd support putting them in Reddit open status.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Rita. Would anyone like to make well, let's go back. Let's start with the first school that we interviewed, Gastonia. Anyone like to make a motion on Movement School Gastonia?
I make a motion that we move Movement School Gastonia to a ready to open status.
Second.
Any discussion? Yeah, I'm going to support the motion. I do have concerns about bandwidth. And that's not a criticism of the quality of the team. The gentleman from DC and Nashville, I think you probably don't remember, I've been to your school in Nashville and when I was Rocket Ship, and these are quality people. But that concern that does exist. I don't know that I like the chicken analogy, all due respectfully, Bart. I mean, sure, Kathy knew exactly what to feed them, what time of the day, what amount, what day they were not going to be alive, what temperature of oil to put them in, and you can make that same sandwich taste the same in California as you can in North Carolina, and I think students aren't that uniform, but I hate the concept of it, yeah.
Well, and as a guy that has done work in low-performing socioeconomic schools, I can tell you that if this is the precipice I sit on, either this is going to be the best thing. Charter schools are supposed to be lab schools, right? We're supposed to be the breeding ground for where success can build in other places. That it's either going to be one of the best things that ever happened for low socioeconomic students, or it's going to be one of those things where we went way too fast, and if we would have spent a little bit more time, we would have been sure about every step that we took forward instead of we think we got it, right? So I'm going to lean towards the hope it's the best thing, but that's just where my thoughts are right now with movement.
And I would say, I hope there's someone on your board who is skeptical about growing fast. I hope there's a voice there that voices that from time to time, so that you guys have to think about it, because if everybody in the room is a cheerleader, then you can end up in the wrong place.
Good point. Any other discussion? All right, so we have a motion to move Movement Schools Gastonia to ready to open. We have a second. Ashley, would you like to do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
All right.
Congratulations.
It passes, and we will move you into the RTO process, which you're familiar with.
Okay, now, next school is Movement School Greensboro, excuse me. Would anyone like to make a motion on Movement School Greensboro?
I would like to move that we move Movement School Greensboro into ready to open status.
Anyone like to second?
May I ask a question? Before we talked about they were gonna pull one of the schools that were in delay status, do we want that to be part of this process or no?
I thought it already happened.
Can you repeat the question?
So they've indicated that they're gonna pull one of the schools that they currently have in delay status, but they haven't officially done so yet. My question is, do we wanna see that happen as part of this process?
Just to clarify, then Office of Charter Schools, is that indeed the case? Is it true that they've referenced that they intend to pool the school, but they haven't officially done it? I thought,
Yes, I don't believe, yeah.
And that's Northeast?
Yes,
Okay.
we've processed the delay request, and that would need to go through our amendment process. Well, it wouldn't really be, it would just be an official letter and board approval that we would collect. Because I don't think they have a charter agreement yet, really. No.
So the withdrawal has happened?
No, it has not happened yet.
I mean, Mr. Cobby, I guess you could, if you were inclined, you could ask for the motion to be amended.
Yeah.
But,
I would do so.
but that would depend.
I would be happy to amend my motion to include prerequisite that the Charlotte school be removed from the ready to open status.
So let's discuss that before we amend. It seems like that would be related to capacity, the concern about capacity, but actually, the Charlotte school would be in the region with the superintendent. You're pulling the one that already has a superintendent in place and is further along than this one. I mean, I don't understand how a Guilford school would relate to a Charlotte Mecklenburg school.
I'm confused because
We
I
want to
thought,
exchange one for the other. Is
I
that
thought
what
they
we're doing?
mentioned that they were, I mean, I was under the impression that it had been mentioned by them that they were gonna pull it.
That they're gonna pull it.
I think it might have had to do with facilities, the difficulties in finding a facility in that area, not necessarily capacity.
Okay.
So they're pulling one in Charlotte.
Yeah, but that has not, are you saying that that's gonna happen?
We were saying, yes, we will pull one Charlotte.
Then I don't see, it wouldn't be let's put that into the amendment then, and I'll second it.
You're saying you want to support the motion that,
Adds the pulling of the Charlotte school, because that's their intention anyway.
I guess they're on public record now saying they're going to pull that school. I don't know that the motion needs to be tied to holding,
Agree.
So
2 years from now, somebody will look at the minutes and think that this application was
Yeah.
approved because they pulled this.
Yeah.
I just-
Just
Let's
go
vote
with
it
it.
down.
I'm comfortable taking their word for it, they're gonna do
Let's
it.
vote it down, and
keep it clean.
Have
Well,
the-
your original motion's still on the table, which is,
but it has not been seconded.
I'll
has
second
not
it.
been seconded. Yeah.
There we go. We got
It is
second.
not unprecedented, though. We've had stuff like this where people have taken a charter off the table to make,
We
To
have,
make
we've
us
we've
comfortable
even
with
had
the
some
amount of
attorneys
charters that
come
they wanna
up and agree that, you know, to that microphone, they're gonna do what they have said they're gonna do, but actually make it official before we do what we say.
We have.
Understand.
I'm with Dave on like not conflating these two things, like, I mean, like, they're on the record saying they're gonna do it, like, I'd rather not. I think we've said before, we don't wanna entangle other actions with the approval of applications.
So we have a
I would li-
motion.
I
Because
would
then
like
we're
to-
like micromanaging.
I would like to withdraw my motion, so that we can get a clean motion that everybody understands,
Turn
instead.
the clock back. Would anyone like to make a motion on Movement School Greensboro?
I would like I move that we move Movement School, Greensboro to ready to open status.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
I would just ask that you guys consider strongly, as I mentioned before, looking at the data where you can make the biggest impact per capita for students. You may have already done that, but just from my personal experience there, that southwest side and the west side are in need.
Okay, Ashley, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
All right, it passes as well. And we'll
Congratulations.
get back to you guys with more information about moving into RTO in the summer. Okay, thank you
I
guys.
think we're gonna take lunch break till 12:30,
Yes.
is that
For
correct?
those listening, we will be back in about an hour.
Oh, an hour or 12:30?
Yeah, it's a
The agenda
difference.
says
Oh, what time is
It's
it
a
now?
difference,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So, well, not quite an hour. We'll be back at 12:30.
Yeah.
You will eat fast.
Which is normal.
Ready to go, Ashley?
Yes.
All right,
ready?
Jen, yeah, let's go.
All right. Okay, so we are going to be presenting on Next Generation Academy. So just a quick reminder for the board, Next Generation was part of the 2023 renewal cohort. During the renewal process, it was found that they had some unallowable costs in 21st century grants as well as unallowable costs in federal funds. And so this board recommended and then state board approved a 3-year renewal with stipulations. The stipulations were that the school provide quarterly financial and academic reports to OCS and the review board in year 1, which is why we're here today. And then the school shall designate relevant staff to attend federal training. Our office will report on the May and 1 September payment status, and then the school will attend meetings for quarterly updates. So they're here to provide those quarterly updates, and then I also have our office's updates for you as well. So as far as stipulation number 2, the school shall designate relevant staff to attend federal training, including 21st century grant training. I have received confirmation from the school it's a DPI document, but they sent it to me, confirming that relevant staff attended both the 21st century training program in July, as well as the federal program summer conference in July as well. So that stipulation has been completed by the school. Stipulation number 3 was that our office should report on the May and 1 September payment due dates. We have received confirmation. There are also some letters from school business that are in eBoard that you all can review that confirms that those payments have been made in full. Both the 21st century grant repayment, that was done back in March, and then the final payment for the unallowable federal funds has also been made. And then just for the board's awareness, we are going to continue to monitor them. So what we're doing, we made a site visit to Next Generation in September. It was an excellent visit. I went along with another consultant. Overall feedback from the visit was very positive as far as on an academic basis. The classrooms were positive. They were focused on learning, very evident that the school is using data to drive instruction, very evident that the school has a literacy focus on classroom walls, also just in the evidence of excellent student work that was posted. So a really great visit by our office to Next Generation. And then Next Generation will continue to make quarterly updates to this board throughout this school year, and then as we move throughout, they are going to be in the 2026 renewals cohort, so that will start this coming July 2024. So they will be back into the renewals process as a way to continue to monitor. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Misher to come up to answer any questions, just present to you on the status, and I also believe he has his, is it your CFO?
Board chair.
Board chair is here, and then they have somebody on the line as well to answer any financial questions that you have.
As they're making their way up, just to remind the board, just let you know, Mr. Friend had to leave, but he is on the phone. Dr. Manwar.
Good morning. The team that we have with us today is Dr. Misher. He's the CEO. Mr. Darrell Florence, who is the principal. Ms. Vicki McNeil, who is our school treasurer. And Mr. Tacoma Johnson, who is the CFO, and he is online. And I'm David Miller. I serve as the board chair. The board looked very closely at the feedback from our last meeting here before you and realized that we needed a new CFO. We interviewed and we hired a CFO who works in a local charter school, but we hired him based on his experience and the fact that he had many years with no findings in his audits. He has worked closely with the board and with the school to streamline our financial processes and procedures. And now Dr. Misher will give you an update on our finances from the past year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Glad to be back. Just like to give an update from our recent audit. We did receive it last week, and we submitted it up in the document. Our audit, we had a positive fund balance of $256,000 this year. There were no audit findings. and we're very pleased with that. And we're just continuing to raise funds. The one thing that was noted was the food service fund was a little out of balance, but we have changed vendors, which is going to help bring that all much more into a line. And also, since last year, we've also been able to reduce our debt. We've reduced our debt by a total of $232,000 to put us, and a lot of that debt just went toward our openings, which went toward playground equipment, and then toward buying buses, and just some various loans to get us through getting started. So at the rate that we're going, we will have eliminated all of our debt by the end of this school year to where we will owe no one anything, and that's just based on us being very frugal with what we have and being very mindful of our expenses that are coming in. And we've also had a grant writer. The grant writer has since last year, this time, we've received over $350,000 in grants that can help us in various areas to also help augment our program and our after-school program, as well as our some safety components around the building as well. So we're reducing our debt. We're working on our enrollment is up from last year. We increased it by about 30 students, a little less than we anticipated, mainly at the kindergarten level. We don't know exactly what happened there this year, but we'll address that and as we move forward. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Misher. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Daryl Florence, proud principal, Next Generation Academy. Just to give a quick academic update. At Next Generation Academy, we're continuing with our mission and goal to grow students academically. We did see growth in both our math and reading achievement from the previous school year, so we're very proud of that. We also are very proud to say that we met overall expected growth for the 2022-23 school year, and we specifically met growth in the subgroups of our Black students and our economically disadvantaged students, keeping in mind that our school's percentage of economically disadvantaged students is twice that of the state average. We outperformed the Guilford County Schools, which is our local district, in a few areas related to proficiency for specific subgroups, and also in terms of suspensions and expulsions, we outperformed there. We will continue to work towards growing our students, focusing on small group instruction. We are really focusing also this year on digging deep into our data points, as she mentioned, to make sure that we're supporting our students individually the best way that we know how. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions from the board for Next Generation? Comments? I'll start by saying congratulations for getting all that stuff taken care of, for sure. I'm sure that feels much better. Thank you for working with us to get that all straightened out. Anybody else? Any comments, questions?
I would just say that your school has been a model for how to handle stipulations and improvement, and it's been very nice to work with a school that is responsive, and we've heard great things going, staff going to visit, and taken an opportunity, rather than dig in your heels, to reflect and improve, and we look forward to continuing to work with you and to see continued success.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, not hearing anything else, thank you guys very much for your presentation and for your growth. Dr. Misher, y'all take care. Travel back to Greensboro safe.
Thank you.
All right, Jenna.
So we are going to jump into renewals. Renewals is gonna happen over a long period of time, but I'm just gonna start this presentation by kind of sharing with you all the process and the timeline for what our office does, along with how we walk through the schools through the renewal process. So my work with these schools, or our office's work with these schools, started in July of 2022 when they're notified that their charter agreement is going to end, and they're asked to send a request to renew the charter. So all schools have sent a request to renew the charter. And then from August to October, we start the renewal process training. So all renewal schools go through a training process with our office to understand the process, to understand what's asked to be submitted from them. And then our office also hosts a compliance team meeting, which is held with all DPI divisions to specifically bring up the renewal schools. It's open to share about any school, but we always highlight all of the schools that are currently in the renewal process to give any DPI division an opportunity to let us know if they have concerns about those schools. And then in November of 22, all of the schools submitted a self-study, which includes a reflection on their mission and vision, how they're carrying out that mission and vision, and then also asks them to talk through highlights of their educational program. In December, the schools were asked to submit a renewal fee to our office, and then our office also scheduled in-person site visits for all schools in the cohort. And then January to May is a pretty busy time, so all of the schools receive a site visit. Ahead of those site visit, our office completes a pre-site visit checklist, which includes reviewing their self-study and then also digging into their website, digging into any historical compliance on the files that we have. And then we also hold a second compliance team meeting. This one was held in March with those DPI divisions to again bring up renewal schools to ask if there are any concerns about those renewal schools. So that's year one. The year one, I always say, is heavy on the school part, and then year two is heavy on our office's part and then on your part as well. So year two, September to October, we're waiting for that final accountability data, and then we're using that to create the renewal report. We schedule the schools to come and present to the review board, and then we also just held a third compliance team meeting again with DPI departments to ask about any compliance concerns. And then moving forward, so we are now in the November, December, so any school that does not appear to qualify for the statutory 10-year renewal will present to the board. And then in January, we will have school business present on the renewal school's financial compliance and on the audits, and then you all will vote in January, so the vote will not be occurring today per school. You'll wait till you've heard all the presentations from the schools, and then you will give that final that is incorrect. I didn't edit that from the last time. So you're not voting on a recommendation, you're voting on the renewal term for the school. Excuse that error. And then in the spring is when we will complete the final process of getting the signatures and final charter agreements. So that's the overview of the 2-year renewal process. The 2024 cohort at a glance, there are 17 schools in the renewal cohort. You will hear from 14 of them. There are 3 that we believe at this time qualify for that statutory tenure. And then the next is just a map of where the schools were, so kind of across the state, several of the schools in the Charlotte area, and then the rest are pretty scattered throughout. As far as the renewal placements go, so our office places schools at a renewal term primarily based on the academics using the renewal guidelines, but it is the responsibility of this review board to decide and approve the final renewal term for each school using the renewal statute, the guidelines, the data that you are presented with, and then also interviews with the schools. And then you all will vote in January. And then as far as how presentations will happen, so I think we've mentioned this before, we've kind of flipped the process. We used to present the 10-year schools first. We're actually going to flip that. And so any school that that we have placed at non-renewal or 3-year will be presenting to you all in November, and then the 5, 7, and 10-year will be presented to you all in December. And then if there were any reason to bring a school back for an additional interview, you could do that during the January meeting should you need to. All right, and then an overview of the renewal statute. The primary basis of it is that the review board shall review the operation of each charter school at least once prior to the expiration of the charter to ensure the school is meeting expected academic, financial, and governance standards. The review board shall renew a charter upon the request of a school for subsequent periods of 10 years unless one of the following applies. The charter school has not provided financially sound audits for the immediately preceding 3 years. The charter schools' academic student outcomes for the immediately preceding 3 years have not been comparable to the academic outcomes of the local LEA in which the charter is located. And then with recent legislation, the second part was added that for purposes of this section, if a school's charter results in providing services to certain targeted subgroups, that academic performance shall be considered. And then lastly, the charter school is not at the time of renewal substantially in compliance with the state, federal, or school's own bylaws. So if one of those conditions is present, then the board may choose to renew for a period of less than 10 years. And if you were to renew for less than 10 years, you all have the renewal guidelines. You have a copy of those in front of you, so I will not personally read every single one for you, but they are in this presentation if you want to refer back, but the renewal guidelines are printed for you all. But in the renewal guidelines, we have set a 10-year renewal, and then from there, a 7, a 5, a 3, or there's a non-renewal or assumption.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So how were these non-statutory renewal guidelines developed? That was before my time.
Before my time as well. Well, so I was here when we amended them, but.
So are these done by this board?
Well, they've been, so previous to, this board did review and then approve. We started reviewing in May of this year, the revisions, and then this board approved the revisions in September. But prior to that, those renewal guidelines were found within a state board policy. So they had been approved by the state board.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've been here for as long as
So what we're looking at now, though, was in September.
Yes.
We blessed these.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, and then just as we are hearing from schools, there is a termination clause. So I mentioned the renewal clause, but I also want to bring up the termination clause. In the event that you all choose to not renew, you will want to make sure that it is noted for one of the 6 reasons that is in statute. So you may terminate, not renew, or seek applicants to assume the charter through a competitive bid process on one of the following grounds: failure to meet requirements for student performance, failure to meet accepted standards of fiscal management, violations of the law, material violation of the charter. 2/3 of the faculty and instructional support personnel request that the charter be terminated or not renewed, or other good cause identified. So keep that in mind if there were a reason to not renew a charter. And then we also added or edited at the end of the renewal guidelines, there were some additional factors that may affect your renewal recommendation, which could be persistent patterns of issues or unresponsiveness, feedback from site visits, declining or increasing ADM, or a pattern of high or low student or staff attrition. Again, the review board may make an alternate decision not included in the general renewal guidelines. Again, any renewal of the charter could be revoked, and then the review board also reserves the right to add stipulations to any renewal period.
But may I ask another question?
Mhm.
Our statutory renewal,
Yes,
that was amended when?
the statutory renewal was amended with, the only part that was amended was the part
regarding the subgroups.
regarding the subgroups, yes.
And when was that?
That was this past fall. Yeah.
In August?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
via the General Assembly.
Right, so our main thing I want to be sure of is the things that we had determined by vote, we already were aware, or this had already been passed at that point? the
Yes.
10-year, so.
Yes,
Just want
that,
to be sure we don't have something that could meet a 10-year renewal but fail a 3-year renewal for some reason, because of the fact that the 10-year automatic includes this provision about looking at subgroups, and none of our others seem to.
so there is language in the 3-year that says that the review board, the third bullet, it says that the review board may consider the comparability of student subgroups.
But for the other ones,
They're in 3, 5, and 7.
Yeah, it's in all
Yes,
of them.
sir.
Okay, got it,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yep, that's all right.
Thank you.
Basically, I think what's being said is to bring every piece of data that you have that stipulates why you feel like you deserve a 5 or a 7 or a 10, and you're allowed to bring subgroup data.
Yes.
For comparability is what I think the intention was.
Yes. And then speaking of comparability data, so comparable is defined as a proficiency score that is no less than 5 points of the LEA's composite score based on the EOG and EOC courses offered. The data that is available to us that we are using to compare is from 2018-2019, 21-22, and 22-23. The asterisk is by 2018-19 because some of the schools that will be presented to you all didn't open until the year 2019, so they don't have that 2018-2019 data available, and so therefore they only have 2 years of comparable academic data. All right. Any questions about the renewal process or anything like that before we jump into school presentations?
I would just remind you that you have the data, like packets for you printed out so that you can take notes if you want to, because you will not be voting on these schools for several more months. So if it helps you to, jot down some notes as they present, that might be helpful.
And I'll also say, so on the presentation, you'll see the proficiency for their subgroups. But on your data packet, you'll see the comparability. It was getting kind of wonky on the slides to include all of that, but you do have the 3-year comparability on your packet, and then their actual proficiency score is what's presented on the presentation, if that makes sense. Okay.
I'm not sure I understand.
Thank you. Siri doesn't understand, but hopefully you do.
That was great. That was perfect timing.
All right. So we are going to start with KIPP Halifax College Preparatory. They are a K-8 school. They're located in Halifax County, but they are physically located within the Weldon City Schools boundary line, so their comparison is to Weldon City Schools. Their last renewal was in 2019, where they received a 5-year renewal. For their academic comparability, they were not comparable in 22-23, but they were comparable in both 21-22 and 2018-2019. They've met growth 2 out of 3 years, but they have been on the CLP list for all the years presented to you all. As far as compliance goes, they did have a required repayment due back to DPI of about $4,000. That repayment has been sent to DPI as of October 31st. I just don't have an official letter yet because it just takes time to get processing. But as far as I know, that has been considered closed. And then for the financial standing, we're not currently aware of any issues, but school business will give a full report in January. And then on their additional data, you can see their school performance grades in 23 and 22. They were at an F. In 2019, they were at a D. And then their grade level proficiency scores, as well as their enrollment, and then their student subgroup performance. If on the student subgroup, this will go for everybody. If you see a less than 5%, that just means that they're masking that data, but the percentage is less than 5% of the students in that subgroup were proficient. If you see an NA, that means that there weren't enough students in that subgroup to be tested to actually show the data. So they're putting NA, doesn't mean they don't have that subgroup at their school, just not enough of the subgroup, and that'll apply to all the subgroup data that we present. Actually, Ashley, I should have asked this before. Do we want to bring KIPP up now, or do you want me to go through to do Ridgeview?
I think one at a time.
Okay.
Probably, yeah.
All right, so I will go ahead and ask that KIPP Halifax come. I know they have their school leadership here and board representation to give you a presentation. Schools have been told they have about 6 slides to present, and so we've allotted about 20 minutes per school.
Loading, so we're working on it. Let me see if that works. That's not, keyboard might be offline or something. Okay. All right. There we go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melanie Harrison. I'm currently principal of KIPP Halifax, and I will jump right into our presentation. So KIPP Halifax has been serving students and families in Eastern North Carolina for the past 2 decades. This year, KIPP Halifax is under one leadership. It previously operated as 2 schools, but now operates as one K-8 school. So under one leadership, myself and my leadership team, we currently serve 551 students, 294 elementary and 257 middle grades 5 through 8. KIPP Halifax pulls from 6 LEAs with just over 50% coming from Halifax County Schools, Weldon City 22%, Northampton 15%, Roanoke Rapids Greatest School District 10%. This year, 90% of our students are eligible for free and reduced lunch. We serve a population of 85% students who identify as Black, 4% Latino, 3% white, and 1% Native American, 7% 2 or more races. We have 2% multilingual learners and 10% of our population identified as exceptional students. At this point, our point of comparison for this year is Weldon City Schools, which has 672 enrolled students this school year. And I should have started with our mission, which is together with families and communities, we create a joyful, academically excellent school that prepares students with the skills and confidence to pursue the paths they choose, college, career, and beyond, so that they can lead fulfilling lives and build a more just world. I'll hand it over to Emily Cook-Dwight, who is head of schools for KIPP Halifax.
Thanks, Melanie. Good afternoon. So the next slides contain a lot of information, and I usually would say it is a terrible teaching move to read the slide. However, if this is your first opportunity to see this, I'm here to voice over it, and then we'll make sure that we reserve plenty of time at the end for questions. So as is true, unfortunately, in many of our schools, particularly those who serve our children who've been traditionally underserved, COVID-19 didn't create challenges, it just sharpened the lens on them and exacerbated them. And so as we have returned from COVID-19 and the virtual schooling environment that mostly got us through that, we've focused on these 6 priorities and multi-year initiatives to build back stronger and become the school that we've committed to our families and children that will be. Those foci are liberation, anti-racism, and organizational culture, strengthening our academic programming, attracting the very best talent and retaining them, supporting our alumni. You'll note that our students stay with us K through 8, and then many choose to attend our sister school in Gaston, Pride High. Growth and sustainability to make sure that we continue to be financially sustainable on the per pupil expenditure. And then family and community advocacy, seeing our school as not just a place that families send their children, but where we band together to help support those marginalized and deprioritized communities in our corner of the state. We know that the work we're doing is not an overnight fix. 2 years in, we're very proud of Ms. Harrison and the leaders and teachers who are doing that work every day. On our next slide, we outline the strategic priorities that those school-based leadership folks are championing. First, around our anti-racism and liberation culture movements, we've increased compensation to try to be more competitive, and then that leads into helping attract and retain higher quality talent. Our board has had a lot of renewal. We now include a parent and an alum of KIPP on our board, and we're using a third-party organization to help us strengthen conversations in our organization to confront the glaring inequities that continue to be perpetuated in any organization at scale. In academics, we have launched new curricula, particularly in the lower grades, around the foundational literacy skills that help us address the science of reading, including an additional phonemic awareness curriculum in K through 2. In K through 8, we now have a continuous curriculum that has strong both in-person teaching and additional technological resources. And then for the past 2 summers, we've run a Summer Boost Academy to help support our students who need additional help so that we prevent some summer slide with them. We've also entered into a partnership with the Hill Center out of Durham to support our students who need Tier 3 intervention and are able to provide that at scale across the school. And then are using DIBELS as well as some internally developed interim assessments throughout the year so that we are both checking in on how we're doing before those EOGs come up and supporting our teachers to address gaps as they occur. Additionally, on the next slide, you see that our staffing model has expanded to include those HillRAP interventionists, some teaching fellows to help develop our teacher pipeline and provide additional adults in classrooms to support small group instruction. We have a dean of culture and instruction who's helping support as we reset a school culture of excellence, 2 social workers, a school nurse, and we've also expanded our EC personnel to help address the needs of our children. We also are in the beginning phases of a principal and residency program so that we can continue to grow our leaders from within. This year, we've also made investments in our social emotional learning programming to support student circles, which is the place where teachers make space in the classroom to hear not only what do you know, but how are you, and how can I help you continue to develop skills to self-regulate and to cope with the struggles that are common in everyday life, especially during those adolescent years at our middle school. And we're also working through living into a new student code of conduct so that we are consistently responding to those more egregious acts in ways that help our students keep their eyes on the prize of why we're all at school. In addition to all those things happening at the school level, KIPP Halifax is part of KIPP North Carolina, a group of schools across the state whose centralized resources have grown considerably, including instructional coaching across literacy and math, as well as leadership development for our principals, APs, and our teachers within their specialties. Bless you. We also are coaching our directors of operations and our facilities folks to help keep those standards high. We've outsourced some of the work of finance, payroll, transportation, technology, school nutrition, and then our development, marketing, and branding to those statewide folks so that folks in schools are focused more on what students do and need every day. On the next slide, you see the hard numbers. And just as Jenna shared earlier, we are not, this past year, we did not keep pace with the district to whom we are compared. While we know that even pre-COVID, we were outpacing the work of our colleagues in Weldon City Schools, that none of this is good enough for the children that we serve. And we're committed to seeing the steps that we have put in place over the past 2 years. We're committed to seeing those through until we see the success that we know our children are capable of and that their families deserve. Finally, internally, as we look towards, if you'll follow the analogy, if we planted some seeds, we're starting to see sprouts, and we also have faith that the roots are going down. We know, though, based on last year's results, that our efforts have not yet come to their full fruition. And so you'll see that we did see some growth on 7th and 8th grade end of grade proficiency that we see as potentially indicative that our early efforts are working. We also see that the math results from last year, we saw some pretty significant gains in our middle school grades, particularly that 7th grade. And then using DIBELS has also given us a statewide basis for comparison, and we're seeing some strong growth this year in DIBELS. That is stronger than when we started using DIBELS a couple years ago, again showing us that some of the investments we've made are gaining some traction, and we look forward to continuing that work, continuing to develop the capacity of our leaders and our teachers, and helping our students thrive and grow. I'm going to pass the mic over to Doug Kahn, our interim board chair.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Kahn. With me, fellow board members, Kimberly Green and Rich Richards. And let me start by acknowledging very simply that our performance has not been acceptable. It's sad and disappointing to us. We know we've let a lot of folks down, particularly our kids and their parents. And having said that, we are focused, we are engaged, and we are committed to doing better, much better. And I'm not sure, there was a lot in Emily Dwight's slides and in Melanie's as well that spoke to some change. May not be clear how much change we've gone through. We have a new executive director in KIPP, North Carolina, and Tim has built a team in finance, in curriculum, in school operations that is only 2 years old. And as Emily Dwight said, they're starting to have impact. The results aren't there yet, but they're starting to have impact. They have a very good plan to move us forward to where we want to be. We have high expectations on the board of where we can take this school. And I think it's also relevant to know that KIPP Halifax feeds KIPP Gaston, the high school, and 85% of our kids go to college, 65% of them graduate. That is double or triple the typical cohort in the minority, low-income minority population that we serve. So we're doing something right, but we know we're not doing enough of it. There's been a lot of change, and we have a long way to go. Research suggests that the change and improvements that we're looking for is a very gradual process. It starts with building that foundation of the right curriculum. And I'll say it again, Emily Dwight pointed it out, we have changed the English curriculum, the reading curriculum, to be science-based on phonics and reading comprehension. That is new. The teachers and the staff have to learn a new curriculum and a new way of teaching it. So it starts with the right curriculum that we recently put into place, having strong principals like Melanie, and then hiring and training, having well-trained teachers. And so we're just getting through that and have high hopes for this year and next. But as a board, I will tell you that we're not satisfied. That we are looking and challenging Tim and team to accelerate the trajectory of our kids. And we're talking about additional ways that we can invest to improve the growth and the trajectory that the research would suggest is a slow and steady process, but we're looking to accelerate that, and we're committed to it. So with that, I think the whole team is happy to take questions. You guys want to come up?
Anybody have any questions?
I have a question. Why has your enrollment been in decline?
Population studies from the past decade would suggest that we're losing population in these counties, both Halifax and Northampton, from whom we feed. Northampton actually had the largest percentage loss in the state of North Carolina for people in the age range of 18 to 25, and those tend to be more of our families.
Mr. Kine, did you say you're the board chair?
Yes.
Okay. Over the last 2-3 years, has there been any change in school leadership? Are your school leaders the same?
Some of them are, in total, KIPP, North Carolina, some are the same and some have changed.
At Halifax, it's entirely new. This is Ms. Harrison's second year in the role.
Okay.
Last year was her first.
Year.
And previous to that, there were two different principals, one running the middle school, one running the primary school.
So did you
As I said,
determine
there's been a lot of change.
Right. Was it declining enrollment that caused you to merge the schools just to create one body to oversee?
No, there's a philosophy of having a certain, critical mass that enables us to provide resources to each of the schools. We operate in, 8 schools in 4 locations. Of course, Gaston and Halifax being together, but we've been able to bring in some really strong folks to support Melanie and team in the background on all subjects, academics, finance, operations, by creating that critical mass. But I would say, ma'am, that it is only 2.5 years into it. But we've got the team. We've got the team that we believe can make this happen. And those of us on the board, we're very passionate about it. And we're not here. We're investing time and resources. We want to make not a small difference to these kids' lives, but real differences, big differences in these kids' lives. We aspire to be a model. I know that may sound reach to you when you're looking at these numbers, but that's what we're after. We want to become a model that you can be proud of, that we're proud of.
Right. Much of the plan looks good and some great strategies, and I think the question that was coming to my mind is, why didn't you get on top of it sooner? And I think some of it was leadership getting in place and acclimated, and then being ready to launch, some new strategies and efforts. Sounds like it.
How many years have you guys been working with the science of reading now?
Just the 2.5 years.
What's your turnover rate been for the teachers that were trained on how to use that?
We brought in a lot of new teachers. Maybe you want to speak to Halifax.
So actually,
There were a lot-
excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So actually at Halifax, we have kept a core mass of our teachers coming out of COVID who are ready to try something else. We're using the Bookworms curriculum, which we ended up, so it's a curriculum that has 3 components of reading instruction, and in the first year, we only focused on the differentiated instruction that replaced basically small reading groups. And so by doing that sort of gradual process of let's first work on the decoding work, and then in the second year, we added the comprehension and the sort of grammar and usage and mechanics elements.
Did you do that across grade levels, or did you start like K1 and phase it up?
We did. We actually asked teachers to opt in. We thought we were going to do a pilot, and there was enough enthusiasm that we did it in all grades K4. This year, we've expanded to add 5th, and then 6th through 8th is sort of our question mark. We've left them on a different curriculum as we sort of saw through some of those changes to see their level of success.
Ms. Dwight, what is your role?
I'm the head of schools, so I support Melanie as principal, as well as a couple principals at our other schools across North Carolina. I was formerly the principal of the K4 a couple leaders ago, so Halifax is definitely one of my first babies.
Any other questions, comments?
When he said the science of reading, you're not doing letters, you're just using bookworms and actually looking at theory.
Correct. We have a few folks who are currently in letters training, but we have not made that significant of an investment in the PD time to do that for all teachers.
I think that's what job.
That's really what I was trying to get at.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Teachers that do that training no longer teach.
That's right.
Wow.
Yes, and I understand their viewpoint. I've been very pleased. I've been very pleased to find that Bookworms is a nice digest of that training to get to kids quickly what they need with enough understanding for teachers.
Well, obviously, consistency in whatever the program is, monitoring it as it goes, but hopefully for yours, as I think he was alluding to, Bart was alluding to, is seeing a dip in your test scores, seeing a dip in enrollment. I'm sure marketing and the positive messaging and stuff like that needs to get out on what y'all are up to as far as changes go is going to be important. So best of luck. Any other comments or questions?
One more thing I
Eric,
wanted
I'm
to ask. There was a lot of outsourcing that took place in your services. So how have you managed that? I guess I'm thinking financially. How did you manage suddenly paying vendors and contractors to, this is what I understood from your presentation, you've outsourced these services now.
So in most cases, by outsourcing, we mean our statewide or our regional folks are doing those things, so they're still part of the KIPP family. They just don't drive to KIPP Halifax every day to do their jobs. And so they're very much, in the same way that in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, one elementary school is gonna call on their district literacy coordinator to come help them with something. It's not the same as a total third-party vendor. We're still very much, I would say the biggest, where in the presentation did I reference a third-party vendor?
So use transportation as an example. What did you do
Yes.
prior?
So actually, it's still considered in-house, but no one at KIPP Halifax is managing that. It's actually a regional role who coordinates transportation for our students in Gaston and Halifax. So they're still very much a part of our sort of KIPP family. They're just not, like Melanie doesn't have to manage that person. And that's the advantage, is that that's one thing off of her plate that allows her
Making
to
her more
focus
of an
on
academic
instruction.
leader.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Eric?
Do you guys feel right now that with the curriculum changes, the leader changes, and I'm assuming continuity among your staff, I heard about incremental growth, but a lot of times when you get those three factors in, you can make much better than incremental growth in a year. Are you feeling like in the next 10 months or whatever it is, 8 months, when we get to June, that you're gonna start getting to where you were or be at where you were 2 years ago, for instance? Do you have those three things in place?
I think, on behalf of, I think Tim's managing our expectations at the board. Yes, we believe we have, he might not like me saying this, but we believe that we've put into place the foundation to make some significant improvements. But Tim's been through turnarounds, he's been through this kind of change, so he knows that that a lot of it is incremental. But he's put into place, you know, what it takes to get those kind of bigger steps, and that's what the board's
The
looking.
school is fully
The
staffed?
board's looking for that.
The school's fully staffed?
Yes, the school is fully staffed right now.
He's gonna yell at me later.
Yeah, I have a question that, are these the numbers we'll have when we vote?
In terms of academics?
Yes.
Yes. Mhm.
So we won't get any more information along the way?
No
Okay.
no state accountability, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Possible financial, but nothing else.
Correct. We will receive financial reviews for all of the schools, but that comes later because of the audits.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna?
All right. So the next school that we have here today, the last school that we have here today, is Ridgeview Charter School. They have been placed at a non-renew based on their academic performance. So in 22-23, they were 35 percentage points below the LEA. They're located in, they're a K-8 school in Gaston County. This is their very first renewal. They opened in 2019, so we are missing that 18-19 data. But in 22-23, they did not meet growth, and they were 35 percentage points behind Gaston County. In 21-22, they did not meet growth, and they were 36 percentage points behind Gaston County. And then they were on the low performing list in 21-22, and that should say they are currently on the continually low performing list because they were at low performing both years. We're not aware of any current compliance issues and not aware of any current financial issues. And then there are additional data showing that they performed at an F for both the 23 and the 22 school year, and then shows their proficiency levels are about 13% for both of those school years. And then shows their enrollment, which has slightly increased over the past 3 years. So at this time, I will invite Ridgeview up to speak with you all and give you their presentation. I'm sorry, they do have one board member that's online, I forgot to say.
I am here. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Ridgeview. We have some of our board members here and staff who have been working with Ridgeview since its opening year to support me and answer any questions that you may have with regard to our programs or performances. Let me start by saying that Ridgeview is a K-8 school that offers a public charter school to students in those particular grades. We just opened our 8th grade this year, completing our growth to the 8th grade. Our mission is to provide students with a global perspective so they are prepared to compete in the college market. Ridgeview will create an environment that values and appreciates differences and prepares our students to participate and thrive in an increasingly integrated world. Our goal is to prepare our students with understanding cultures, different people, and other languages, which is a unique offering in this particular area. We are the only school in the area that offers a plethora of foreign languages. A summary of our academic data. It is true, based on the data that we just reviewed, we have consistently performed behind the district in which we are housed. Our iStation scores, which has been the internal mechanism we've used over the last 3 years to show our performance, actually 4 years, to show our growth and performance, is actually not aligned with our ELG scores, which has been a source of us to really investigate what's happening with our students. With math, there is a parallel. However, with the language arts, we have always shown higher scores with our iStation as opposed to our ELG. And that has been a source of our focus with regard to trying to understand what is happening with our particular population. With that, we've noticed some trends with our data, and one was data reliability. We were looking at iStation and comparing it with ELG and trying to see if it was doing what we needed it to do to prepare us for the ELG. We felt a little misled with the results. So with this particular year, we've opted to move from iStation to the NWEA Internal Assessment Program, hoping to receive more reliable data when we're preparing our students for ELGs. Of course, everyone has gone through COVID in the entire world. We're not an exception to that. But I will say that with COVID, we have seen a lot of emotional, intangible items happening with our student body that is affecting their day-to-day performance, attendance, and their motivation to do well in school. So we have some strategies in place to address those things as well. With regard to demographics, I can't see from here. Transiency, thank you. We have a population in Gastonia that I did not anticipate, especially in our area where much of the housing is rental. We're finding that many of our students are leaving and coming throughout the year. Some of them actually leave and return during the year. And we have a turnover each year of almost 50% of students, not because they're unhappy with our school, but because they're actually leaving the area. So there's the lack of consistency with the student base that we're testing as well from year to year. We are a Title I school located in one of the most underserved areas in Gastonia. An example to demonstrate how low the economics are, the median household price in Gastonia is about $150,000 to $200,000. In the neighborhood in which we live, the houses are selling for $25,000. So that shows the disparity in income and resources where Ridgeview is housed. And we purposely put our school there because we wanted to give that population a great program. However, there are a lot of challenges involved with such a transient population and such an underserved population. I'm sorry, I still.
SEL.
Thank you so much.
Attendance at SEL.
Attendance and SEL. I have my glasses, but they're for reading. Attendance has been an issue. We have many students on our truancy list. Again, a lot of it has to do with people coming and going and moving. Some of it has to do with the increase in our homeless number. And then we just still have parents who believe that school is not counting right now, even though we've been out of COVID for over a year. We're still battling with those types of thoughts on training our parents that students must be in school. Title I or SEL. Along with that, we have had students who are dealing with a lot of loss, a lot of anxiety. They know they should be in school. It's the parents who are not bringing them. So they suffer from anxiety. We have had an uptick in suicidal thought and attempts within our elementary population and our middle school. And we've also had an uptick with our EC numbers. We've doubled this year with our EC. So when you combine all those factors in a very high-risk area that we are in, and working with the SEL along with the academic portion, we've had to really do some intentional work with our staff as well. A lot of people think they have a love for Title I, but when they're there, they realize there's a lot more that comes with it. So preparing our staff with professional development and the emotional support that they need to work with students and their emotional issues has been a source of focus for us as well. We put together a list of growths and challenges over the last 4 years. I would say under academics, I think the change from iStation to NWEA is going to give us better scoring, map information throughout the year to project the success of our students on our EOG scores. As well, we take the NC check-ins so that we can see how our students are doing at intermittent times as well. With our staff and PD, we had a cohort of teachers that attended the TLAC training last spring and this fall. They came back excited with a lot of new techniques to bring to the class, so much so that I'm working with our consultant to see if we can get TLAC training for all of our teachers. I am a big proponent of continual training. I do not like one and dones. To me, it never works. So I know that there are some people who are trainers in TLAC in the state, so I'm looking to secure their services to provide ongoing training for all of my teachers. Gosh, I'm sorry. If you could keep that slide there.
Oh, yeah.
Curriculum. We have what I believe is one of the better curriculums in ELA, and that is Open Court. Is one that I've used in my past schools when I worked for NHA, and I've always found that it gave better results because it is an inclusive curriculum that has the grammar, the reading, the comprehension, the writing, all in one, and it all pertains to one story at a time. In the past, we've had curriculums where you've had to buy separate packages to get it all, and I do believe that with the new curriculum in ELA, that we should see more improvement with vocabulary, writing, and comprehension for our students. Challenges in the area of academics, again, I've said it before, attendance, the social emotional issues that students are bringing, and just developing our staff more. With facility, we have outgrown our building. That has been a big challenge for us. We are located in a Family Life Center that is owned by one of the churches in Gastonia, and it used to be a private school, and it serves us very well with a cafeteria and a gym. However, classroom numbers are very low, and we have just outgrown it. So we are in the process of looking for a facility that, and we have identified some very good locations in Gastonia that are in historical areas where we can also apply for grants and other monies to help us secure these locations. With the added space, we can put together the programs, separate our elementary and middle school students from each other, and just have that added facility and security for our students that is our own. One of the other challenges in being in a church facility is that oftentimes the community thinks that we're owned by the church, and some people don't want to be affiliated with a church-run school, so we've had to fight that as well. The third category is with our students. We've had growth in our enrollment, so much so, as I've stated before, we really can't take too many more students in the building, but that does not secure us as a viable charter school, the current numbers that we have, which are about 308. We need to double our numbers. We need to have over 600 to really show and maximize the diversity of the clientele in our areas, and really show what we can do with a more diverse population of students. We've grown in our athletics, which is also an incentive for many of our students to perform well in academics. We started them last year, and we continue them this year with 5 athletic programs. We have basketball, soccer, volleyball, and track. And we've also had flag football in the past. And that has encouraged many of our students who lack the motivation to now be motivated to do well academically. And we are also fulfilling our mission and coordinating a national trip this year. Many of our students have never been outside of their neighborhood. And so one of our goals is to provide a national trip and at some point an international trip because of our mission. But we are working hard to send our students to Washington, D.C. this year so that they can see some of the things that they've been learning about over the years. Demographic, we have increased some of our diversity. However, we maintain pretty much a 98% African-American student base. Out of the 308 students, we have 2 Caucasian students and maybe 10 Latino. So we are looking to increase our diversity, not only racially, but economically, language, and academics as well. We have found that some of the theories on improving the academic performance on African-American males, particularly those who are in underserved communities, serve very true with our client base. And so we are working towards not only looking at those barriers that have been highlighted in many of the trainings that I've taken with the NC Access grant, but also that are just very particular to Gastonia itself. And we are securing the services of outside consultants to help lead us or help drive us in this goal of closing the academic gap. The last area, again, is social-emotional. We have more parent involvement this year with a growing PTO. We have put in place a SEL program that I think is pretty stellar, and teacher recognition and emotional support for our teachers as well through insurance. Areas of success for us, I would say, with technology, we have been really robust in securing grants over the years, where we have supplied all of our students with technology and hotspots to go home so that they will not miss out on learning. We have been very fiscally prudent over the last 4 years, where we have always had very clean audits and it ended our years in the black. Our enrollment has steadily improved. We have increased our community engagement. Matter of fact, we have secured a position amongst our staff for a community and family engagement specialist who has worked very well in securing a lot of partnerships for our school. And we are focusing, putting a lot of our focus now on professional development. We've spent a lot of time providing resources for our students to ensure that they have what they need. And we have, I feel, neglected somewhat the people who are actually delivering the teaching and instruction. So with COVID, I mean, we've seen nationally that many professionals are coming to work with a different frame of mind and other emotional issues. And when it comes to working with a Title I group of students who have a lot that comes with them as well, we're finding that our staff really need to be poured into as well. And so with our consultants that we have been working with, we have put together a very loose strategic plan right now. And I say loose because we've really just made the confirmation of working together with two consultants. One is Katie Rittenauer, who has had years of experience with helping turn around schools academically, and Lisa Stella Gordon, who is going to assist with continual board training to ensure that all the legal aspects of governance are being shared with our new board members. And Katie will also assist with best practices for our board members. And at the same time, as she continues to write grants for us, she has kind of fallen in love with our school a little bit and decided she wants to be very actively engaged in assisting us with turning it around academically. So with that, we have a small program where we have strategies for SEL. With our MTSS program for SEL, we have already put in place what we have a morning assembly that's every day. We touch on character traits that are positive for students, and we do affirmations. Our second tier is that we actually have a class being taught to our students as a special that focuses on social emotional learning. And in our third tier, we've actually hired on a therapist, and her only focus is to provide small group and one-on-one counseling for students with severe emotional needs. We have a discipline process also that is focused on taking the attention off of in-school suspensions to redirecting and teaching students how to think through problem solving. Our next level of strategy goes to our demographics, and that is addressing those needs that are very specific to African American males in Title I areas by training our leadership and educating all those partakers on specific issues for the Black male in Title I areas, training on students with emotional needs, abuse, and neglect. We've also secured just recently, with the last bit of funds from our NC Access grant, an activity bus. And that may sound like a frivolous purchase, but how we plan on using this bus to take our students to places they've never been. For example, the library, the museum. Most of our students don't have a library card, and so we are securing those types of things for them and weekly trips to the museum so they can learn to love books and reading and things like that. We also want to make sure they are capable of getting to sports events. One of the downfalls in our first athletic year was that many parents could not take them to games. So with an athletic bus, we can ensure that they can participate and participate with the games, and they will continue being motivated to do well academically. The next level in our strategy is with instruction, and that is to focus on teacher mastery of their content, and that is to provide continual professional development, and as I stated before, I would personally like to see TLAC throughout my building, and we're looking to secure the services of someone who can do that for us. Continued professional development in Title I schools again, and as I've stated before, we have an all-inclusive curriculum that I believe will attack those academic deficits. We've also created a Bell schedule that will encourage focus on areas of writing, reading, and academic stamina when it comes to reading long passages. Within our Bell schedule, if you look at it, we have dedicated time to writing workshops, to Dear Reading, which is old, but we're bringing it back, and a specific time that we call WHEN, What I Need. This is when a student will get almost specific tutoring from different teachers to address what they need during the day, and this occurs on a daily basis. The next level in our strategy is for the facility. Again, that is to provide us with a larger space to expand our programs, our services, and to grow our student body to at least double of what we have now. Without that growth, we will not be able to make that academic change that we need to have. And the final level of our strategy is at the leadership executive level. As I've stated before, we have, in the past, we've had a previous partnership that was not working to our betterment, we felt, and so we've severed ties with that previous partner and secured a new partnership with Acadia, Katie Rittenauer, to help us with our turnaround. With that comes board training and governance with Katie and Lisa Gordon-Stella, and then also her direction in helping us secure the necessary resources we need, in addition to what we've already done and have in place to really steer the ship in a direction for the academic growth that we've promised our students and our community when we came to Gastonia with our mission 5-6 years ago. So.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions from the board?
What facility are you in right now? Are you in the original facility that when you opened up?
Yes, sir. We're Friendship Christian Church on 207 West Bradley. It's literally maybe 2 blocks away from the county jail off of Martin Luther King Street, which is also not the safest area.
Church?
It's their family worship center, so they have the church building and then this worship center, which is separate.
Say their name again.
Friendship Christian Church.
Okay.
Mhm. That building was originally designed as a school, but smaller. Yes.
You mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, finding an alternative for out-of-school suspension.
Yes.
That's like a two-part question. Was in-house school suspension always an option? And did you find the need for out-of-school suspension higher than in-school suspension?
We have a very low rate of out-of-school suspension, and it's really for those critical things like vaping, the zero tolerance offenses. We've put in place a person who has a background in family therapy. She runs what we call the redirection room, which some may call an ISS. And the length of time a student spends in there depends on what they've done. Her job is to talk through the decisions they've made, why they made them, and to practice doing things differently. Our morning assembly works to support all of that. I basically run those most mornings where we are talking about ways we can behave differently in class, at home, and how that works with their day-to-day. So that redirection room is where a student is literally redirected so that they can go back into class. If they've done something a little egregious and they should sit out for a little while, not only do we work on their thought processes, but we bring their work in there so they're not falling behind academically. So we will keep them in there that day if necessary. But we try to not make it feel like a suspension, but let's talk about what happened. Take a more therapeutic approach. Most of our students are not heard, and many of them have very poor social skills as a result of COVID, and many of them live in apartment complexes. So the opportunity to get out and play is not available at home, and they do not know how to have relationships at school.
Do you have a career in college readiness plan stuff in school where it wouldn't come down to, I'm suspended, now I need to learn how to communicate? Would that be something like CCR would be in the school and you can do during homerooms or maybe a couple times a week for all students?
Our community engagement liaison happens to be here today. She is working on a college readiness program. My background is in that as well. Building those programs for middle school students, particularly, so that they can bridge that gap from, high school to college. I'm originally from the north, and there are more programs like that at universities in the north. There are a lot less here in North Carolina. However, I've been talking to a representative from UNC Chapel Hill with regard to putting together a program where students can go visit in the summer and do those kinds of things. Most of our students have never seen a college campus, and we have started taking them on those kinds of trips as well, which is why another reason we bought the activity bus.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you said you had normally about 50% of your student turnover.
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at your cohort of your students you've had over time and how they've done, the ones you've had since kindergarten and nurtured along the way, how they've done compared to the others?
We have, and they vacillate. They vacillate. I have personally met with my students to talk to them and ask what is going on. The overwhelming majority of those students can pass that EOG. They just are not. And so that's why I'm putting effort into the emotional issues that they're bringing to school. They have no self-esteem, most of them. The iStation, it was more indicative of their performance. The EOG, they do not have, one of the more tangible things that I can identify is their academic stamina is very poor. Reading a passage longer than a paragraph, they literally just start pushing the button on the EOGs. And we've observed it, and we've talked to them about it, and they continue to do it, just to get done with it, to rush through it. And so we're really working on getting them to understand the significance of doing well and not rushing through that test.
So it's going to be a while before we see you when we make our vote for placement. And so far, you are down as being recommended for a non-renewal. And you said in your presentation that you guys are asking for a 5-year renewal. I believe I saw that. So
I know that's
No, I just want you to give me the elevator speech as to why you think you should be getting a 5-year renewal.
Okay, all right. First of all, we have 2 years of data that shows, like I say, an up and down trend in performance. My background in statistics and statistical analysis would say that there's something else going on when modes and trends are vacillating like that. And that is why we're bringing in a consultant to help identify what those trends are. We can look at teacher training and development, but there's something happening when the student takes that test. We've also been in a relationship with a partner that I felt hindered a lot of the plans that I wanted to put in place to address those academic challenges in years prior to previous. With that partnership no longer being there, I feel like our new partners, we're both on the same mindset of academic change and growth and what that looks like. But I feel like we need time to get into a building. We need time to really address the needs of this particular group of students. And I just feel like 3 years is not sufficient with the opportunity to get into a building taking at least 2. And we need to grow our population sufficient enough where we can prove to you that we are really serious about what we're doing and that our students will respond.
Well, thank you for your time and for your presentation and for answering our questions, and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Up next is Dr. Barbara O'Neill. The Dr. Barbara O'Neill.
Do you want the PowerPoint first or the thing from Aaron first?
All right, so you have a clicker. Okay, so put the PowerPoint on, and then everybody, we're in line on the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So, Robin. Well, good afternoon. So, I won't take very long here, but it's been a really long time before we've been before you to talk about the NC Access Grant. But today we're here to give you a year in review. As many of you know, next, why have we existed from 2018 to 2023? Number one, we wanted to increase the number of educationally disadvantaged students attending high-quality charter schools. We wanted to develop a cohort of school leaders who could develop and demonstrate best practices in working with ED students. And we wanted to broadly disseminate those practices. So now we're in our 6th year of a 5-year grant. $36 million grant. So why are we here for 6 years? We received a 12-month no-cost extension in September of 2023, and the grant will continue to operate until September the 30th, 2024. No additional funds were awarded to us to do this, but this no-cost extension, at the end of our 5th year, we still had $14 million left to spend. So that's either Jay and I were good stewards of this money. Okay, so goal number 2 was to develop a cohort of 160 leaders who could demonstrate best practices with working with educationally disadvantaged students. All of our cohorts, 1 through 4, have completed their year-long training. Now we are engaged in our last Fellowship Institute with 40 leaders enrolled. This Leadership Institute is focused on assistant principals and called the Assistant Principal Academy, and it was open to all charter school leaders. Roughly about the end of the year, in the middle, I start getting a lot of emails from charter leaders. Do you have anybody? Do you know anybody who could be a principal? We need an assistant principal. And you know, we had that minority leadership program, but when App State changed the rules about registration and how they could give out certifications, we could not pay through the grant for an actual degree. But when it was just an add-on certification, it was called training. So we're also implementing the Charter School Executive Leadership Program. We have 40+ participants in that, and I get emails weekly. Can I add my team to this group? This was also open to all charter schools, but we had a priority enrollment for low-performing schools. So just briefly, the sub-grant program. We had a goal to enroll 60 schools. We have now enrolled 62 schools. We had to give out $33 million to those schools in the categories of planning and implementation, implementation only, expansion, and replication. Our average ward was about 530, but we did have schools that got $1.2 million. No cost extension budget. I don't think you can see that. But when we ended our 5-year grant with the monies left over, we were able to maintain our two team members, Davida Robinson, and we brought back Mariama, for those of you who were here in 2018, and myself, to pay for fringes, travel, no equipment, about $375 in contractual, but most of that $14 million was $13 million that we needed to pay to subgrantees. So for those of you who are new, even though the grant was $36 million, only 3% could go to staff, 7% had to go to all of our activities, and the rest of it, which was 90% had to go to subgrantees. So our researcher couldn't be here today, but let's see if her recording will work. Okay, but in the meantime, we usually give you a full report. I did just a summary, but you will have access to the full report via email, which is over 90-some pages.
I have a question.
And you can find these slides
Go on.
slides on eBoard.
Okay, so when you're ready, let me know.
I'm ready.
Rewind.
NC State Friday Institute, Aaron Huggins did this part of our evaluation. Go ahead.
Actually, I guess it's afternoon at this point. Thank you all for having me here today. My name is Erin Huggins, and I am an Associate Director of Program Evaluation and Educational Research at the Friday Institute at NC State University. I am leading the evaluation of the NC Access Program. I do apologize for not being in person today. I am feeling under the weather and did not want to risk getting anyone sick.
Oh, can we hear
It's
it?
not playing, I can't hear it, actually.
They can't
Oh,
hear
really?
it.
You can see here? Okay.
I'll go ahead and do it.
Yeah, it's really hard to do videos with the live stream, so.
Okay, so we have a contract with the Friday Institute at NC State to do an annual evaluation on our project. So she was going to talk about to what extent the NC Access program has met performance targets for each program objective, expanding the number of high-quality charter schools, increasing the proportion of educationally disadvantaged students, removing all barriers, or most of the barriers, and close academic proficiency gaps for educationally disadvantaged students. She also talked to people who are in the program to find out if they're prepared and feel more confident in implementing the program and having an increased number of education disadvantaged students, and the best strategies. So, number one, performance goal. We did meet our goal. So this is part that I'm so proud of, that for our first goal, we met. We got more than 62 charter schools. Our second goal, at least 80% or higher, 87%, got it 80% on their application rubric. It could have been 100, but there were people who did apply that did not meet the 80 minimum, I'm sorry. All right, 75% was our goal of charter schools will meet annual enrollment projections, which means how many students they said would be ED and their total number of students. We're approaching that. And we're approaching that because we can only report data on schools that are open. And we still have 4 schools that are not open, and we have some schools that had to leave the grant. Our goal was that 40% of subgrantees will serve at least 51% educational disadvantage. Goal met. 35 of the schools serve 51% or more ED students. 20% of the schools are within a 10% margin. Next. Progress towards meeting other performance goals, such as Economically disadvantaged, the total number of students would be 19,298, 91%, and percent is 49% of the total population. Students with disabilities, I won't read all of these numbers. We haven't done that well with English language learners, immigrant, migrant, and homeless and unaccompanied youth. So it means that with this grant for this year, we've added 23,462 students in those categories. Next. The second half of our goals, that 100% of our subgrantees will develop and implement either CSAB and state board approved weighted lottery. 100% submitted, 88% are fully implemented, 6% partial, which is a total of 95%. We're approaching that. However, in the midst of the grant, the U.S. Department of Education told us we did not have to require a weighted lottery, but some type of lottery. So, we couldn't go back and change the rule mid-board here. So, in essence, because all of our schools submit some type of lottery, we have really 100% met this. 100% provide transportation, submitted transportation plans, 100%, implementing fully 84, partially 4%, 88 cents. So we've met that goal. 100% provide a lunch plan, 65 are fully implementing, partially implementing is 24, total 89, we've met that goal. In the midst of doing this grant from the beginning, we kind of knew everybody wouldn't be applying for the National School Lunch Plan. But we wanted to make sure that all of our students got a free hot meal every day. And there were schools that were doing crackers and crackers and milk and other things. But now they're on board and have joined some kind of contracted services to provide a full meal to all students. And 90% maintain a high quality status. Well, we're kind of at X here. We have some schools that maintain that high quality of A and B. The next category was at least met or exceeded expected growth or C grade. So we have had some schools that fell below that category of meeting growth. So in our no-cost extension application, we said that's what we're going to do this year, work with those low-performance schools and make sure they get back their status. So that was a real focus of mine. All right, next slide. You see a chart here of the same things I just went over, how many are doing the weighted lottery, lunch, transportation, marketing and recruitment, which has turned out to be very key. Very key for any school if you want to recruit students. You have to have an effective marketing and recruitment plan. We had a climate and discipline plan, professional development, 49% meeting their SMART goals, and parent and community advisory committees. Next. We have a website, ncaccessprogram.com. You can go there, and our subgrantees did demonstrated best practices and wrote them up as articles. We have those on our website if you would like to look at them, and they're in various categories such as math proficiency, language arts, math, language arts, marketing and recruiting, every category there, what they did to start up, how they met with parents. So, go to the website and look at some of those best practices. Move on to confidence and dissemination. I think I just talked about that. This was, for those of you who were not here at the beginning, the concept that the federal government would give you money to increase your student enrollment, but in particular, you had to do it with ED students, was kind of new here, you know, and we didn't actually know how it would work. But over 5 years, I'm finding out that it worked, and now I'm interested in impact and sustainability. So that will be my next report on that. So again, that's the resources you can find there. Skip on to challenges. Okay, most people told the evaluator that limited funding, transportation was an issue, staffing, marketing, and recruitment. Most people had money to buy a bus, but they couldn't find a bus driver. Working well, program support, preparedness to serve ED students, curriculum and practices, and additional supports. And here were her suggestions for improvement. Next slide. Develop a sustainability practice, and NC State will be working with us on developing some sustainability PD. Performance data available to all ed students, continued monitoring of proficiency data, continued support, and financial guidance. Okay, so now we're going to get to that part of, next slide.
On this one or on the PowerPoint?
Wait a minute. Hold up a minute. Yeah, PowerPoint.
Okay.
We invited 3 of our grantees. I was trying to get one in expansion, replication, and implementation to come and talk about their participation with the grant program and how it has worked for them. And our first one is Robin Harris from the Arts-Based School.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Robin Hollis. I'm the director at the Arts-Based School. It's our 22nd year of operation, and really what the NC Access Grant allowed us to do, if you want to go to the next slide, I put a lot of pictures because I think it really helps to see what happens at a school. Really allowed us to do more of a good thing. We've been doing good stuff for many years, and we had a long waiting list, and NC Access Grant came along and gave us a roadmap for how we could provide that for more students who, to increase access for economically and educationally disadvantaged students. So this is last year, our first group of kids. Of course, COVID interrupted all of that, but once we got it launched, we were able to add in, let's see, last year we added in 80 students, and we're growing at starting at the kindergarten end each year. We instituted the weighted lottery, which helped us to increase those students who otherwise, we just had such a long waiting list, really didn't have access into our school in Winston-Salem. So I apologize, I'm squinting because I can't see my writing that far away. Next slide, please. So our school has always outperformed the state and national averages in those standardized tests, both end of grade and MAP test and WEA. But my favorite part is this picture, because NC Access paid for that whole computer lab and that full K-4 library, which we would not, thank you, which we would not have been able to provide as we moved forward. So that was a very exciting opportunity for us. Yes, ma'am, thank you. Next. So we opened up a second campus. Also, NC Access early on, we were able to use the Minority Leadership Program. And so our current principal at our second campus is Sherelle MacArthur, who went through that program and came out of the classroom, which is hard for all her students, but wonderful for the whole school to have her in her leadership role. We added the weighted lottery, increasing access for educationally and economically disadvantaged students, and we were able to add bus transportation, morning and afternoon pickup and delivery. Next slide, please. this is us in our dance studio. And last year, we couldn't afford a dance teacher. So if you see the tallest person in the room, that's me. I taught dance last year, which was in my background as well as a teacher. But what's also important is the community aspect that we were able to develop opening the second campus. This building used to be Diggs Elementary. It is in the Happy Hill neighborhood area. The school system had closed this building to students. We're using it as a warehouse. We were able to go in, upfit that, and bring that building back to life with children inside. We partnered with the Happy Hill Neighborhood Association, Winston-Salem State University to bring in student observers and student teachers, as well as the University of North Carolina School of the Arts, which is just a stone throw away from this space. When we think about successes and challenges, I think they're the same every time you talk about giving the best to kids. You're working hard on limited budget. You do the best that you can. NC Access really made a difference for us in bumping us up to meet the needs of students that we otherwise had not been able to get to. So I think, but it's not just funding, it's that cohort of support in having leaders who are committed to providing equity and quality in their charter schools. So I think that's all of my slides. Ta-da, you're next. Oh, yeah, there you go.
For the most part, yeah. We'll have to have these.
Okay. So this is your real, next, that's your first slide right there.
So, good afternoon. My name is Derek McCullough, and I'm here representing Central Carolina Academy in Sanford, North Carolina. We were recipients of the Access Grant as a replication school. The replication is of Chatham Charter in Siler City. So, I'm here to speak of the challenges of opening a new school and how the Access Grant assisted us. So, some of the things that, as you can imagine, it's not for the faint of heart to open a school from scratch, especially in a year's time. So we were able to locate a building. We were able to hire an administrator. We were able to hire an administrative assistant to help with just the busy work, because it takes a lot. The Access Grant allowed us to pay 3 months of rent when we weren't sure if we were going to meet the deadline to get into our new building for the first day of school. Thankfully, we did, and it allowed us to pay for 3 months of rent, which, as you can imagine, is invaluable. So how it helped us get ready was it helped us purchase furnishings. So as you can imagine, you know, you've got a building and then you've got to furnish it. So it allowed us to be able to do that. It allowed us to be able to purchase all the technology. We were able to purchase laptops and offer a one-on-one or a one-to-one laptop for every student so they can take them home. For anybody that doesn't have access to a computer at home so that they can participate in their lessons. It allowed us to purchase computers for staff. It allowed us to purchase instructional software, which, you know, in today's times, it's critical. So some of the challenges with it being a reimbursement grant, and especially if you weren't aware of it being a reimbursement grant at the very beginning. So it was, we had to, you've got to have a funding partner. It's just critical. Because as you can imagine, furnishing a school for 600 kids, you know, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Buying computers for 600 kids, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we had to have a funding partner. We elected to go with Performance Charter Schools, and they have helped us work within the guidelines of how the Access Grant works. They've helped us with flexibility as far as when we were to start to pay the rent. So it was critical to that, especially when you open. Our first day of school was in August. The first part of August, we get our first drop. So as a new school, you get 3 drops. So our first drop was in July, and that barely covers payroll. So it's, as you can imagine, that's a little bit of a challenge. So these funding partners are critical to our success. And I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions? 'Cause I felt like that was pretty quick.
You talking over stuff to deal with?
No, sir, he's not. He's no, he's not. He put in so much time with this. He's got a senior leadership team, which I'm proud to be a part of. But it took a lot to get a school open, and I'm very proud to be surrounded by people that are as selfless as all of you that are involved in education. That everything that you do is for the benefit of somebody else, and I'm proud to be a part of that. It was something new to me. I'm not originally from an education background. I'm from a finance background, so everything I did was for me. And it's very refreshing to be part of, to be part of something so great as opening a school. I'm very proud of it.
And I'll add, regardless of the fact that there were funding challenges from drops from the state and things like that, there's no way the new school without some partner that we get the school open without the support we got from the Access Grant. So we appreciate all the work that Dr. Elney and her team did to get us in and through this program, and all the support we got from my staff. I appreciate that.
You can imagine the questions that you have as you're trying to navigate through this, and they've been so helpful with every step of the way. It's just been a real privilege, so.
Thank you, Derek.
Absolutely. Yep, thank you, I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. That's on 2 slides. Eugene Slocum with Alpha Academy. We're in our 24th year. Who knows what has been happening over these years. The success, the NC Access program has been very beneficial even with us. We did not have a lunch program. We had BYOB, Bring Your Own. And with the technology and everything else that has happened over the years, Uber and all those other dashes grace our front entrance. So you can imagine how that can be at lunchtime. There's a line of people. We had to get to the point of having people outside waiting in order to pick up whatever the door dashes and things were bringing. So yes. Well, the NC Access, they said one of the requirements was a lunch program. I did not like that. I'll be honest, I didn't like it. But it was an opportunity in order for the kids, in order to have a meal. Well, the good thing, yes, it's good to have kids to have a good meal. What was the bad thing? Right before COVID, everything shuts down. We just worked on the lunch program, and I was part of trying to get it organized, and we got approved. When we got approved, there was no vendor. And the vendors that were around, they left. So here we were, approved with no food. And we promised the parents, yes, we're going to have a lunch program. Well, there was a vendor eventually that decided to open, and he cooked his own meals, and it was a restaurant. So for the first year, or first half of the year, well, say about 3 months, he provided a meal because we wanted to at least get it started. We finally got it started, but then we got a partnership with K&W. So now we have a full-blown lunch program every single day with K&W, and the kids love it. Now, it's a lot of work, but again, from the standpoint, it's easy to say, okay, just having a lunch program. That's just part of it. All the other things that goes along with it, it costs and it takes funding. So the NC Access has been beneficial to us. The other thing is, by us being living in Cumberland County, we serve 6 different counties. We have students from 6 different counties. So the problem with that is, how do we get kids to come? So we had buses. Now, the good thing about buses, yes, you can get buses, but the two factors, keep them and have drivers to drive them. That's the challenge. Well, we was able to get 7 buses with the NC Access. Again, we do a drop-off pickup on locations only because we go so far, and if you start going to somebody's house, you just created a major problem. So we have 10 buses that runs every day. The kids, they do after school. We have 3 buses that run after school. But we have 17 buses. The reason is, at one time, we had 5 buses in the shop when we didn't have enough buses. And you know how that happened? That was crazy. I will tell you an example about something that happened. We had a couple buses that shut down, that all of a sudden the tires or the buses quit working. And we needed to get the kids home. We rented a charter bus. We went up, what? Oh, I guess good. We rented a charter bus in order for the kids to get home. The charter bus broke down. Oh, wait a minute. So kids get in cars to get them home. Even in my car, I had 2 flat tires. That was a day I looked at, I said, you know what? Thank you. Humility, self-control, patience. You can't do what you can't do. You only can do what you can. So we know from the standpoint as far as having a vehicle, you need backups. So that has helped us, and we would use some old buses at the time as well. But over the period of time, with the Access Grant, it has helped us. We bought 7 buses, new buses, and that has made a tremendous difference. Now the challenge still is bus drivers, you know, and we're paying them a premium price, but it still seems like it's not enough. The other aspect of what we're doing is the kids using after school, and they have our school. We have an after school program that we utilize with some additional with the funds as well, or the funds. It has been a benefit, without a doubt. The other aspect, I would say, the team, the Access team, is very important to have good people to help you, to direct you, to make sure you're spending the money accordingly like you're supposed to. And that has definitely been a benefit as well as with my staff. So I applaud the committee for having this grant. I mean, it's something which we definitely need to continue in order to do so because, again, getting the buses is good, but maintaining the buses, well, that's another issue. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
Okay, so this ends our report. When everybody talks about buses, and I start thinking about looking at at budgets, I have never seen so many variations in how much a bus costs. There's a school who can you get a bus for $4,000 and ride it until it ends. And then there's a school, well, we're paying $135,000 for our bus. So I'm just wondering, and I've seen prices in between, so there's a big difference. I'm probably the original NC Access team member who's been here most of the time, and then the rest of them probably about 3 years here. And I've seen this grant go through a lot of changes. I've seen some public scrutiny. There were days I had that letter ready to go to Ashley and say, I quit, see you soon. And that was just last week, Ashley. But there was one, and I kind of calmed down and start thinking about the benefits of this grant, the students that it serves. And I think the reasons why it bothers me is not with the team, the staff, and what we do. It's with some other, processes and procedures at DPI we're getting people paid. But I'm really pleased with the results. I mean, we came here with $35 million and had no idea how we were going to execute that. We put a plan in place and we worked our plan. I know I got on a lot of your nerves, but I was a real stickler about how you spent your money. And because I didn't want you to get in trouble with spending federal dollars wrong way, and I definitely didn't want to get in trouble about that. So, but I think that we've met our purpose. You know, now in the end, I want to know, can we sustain this? Is it sustainable? And without, you know, funding. You know, one thing I've learned about this grant, that everything that improves charter schools costs money. Okay, any questions?
I would just like to say, Dr. O'Neill, that you've been the constant on this grant for the last 5-6 years. It was a pleasure when I was working with you, you and your team, but the innovative programs that you personally came up with and designed, and then this grant grew from just the people inside the NC Access cohort to include all charter schools across North Carolina.
Right, that was important.
Just the effect that you personally have had on charter school children across the state is just commendable. I just want to thank you for the great job and what you've done.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Well, I thank the speakers that came on behalf of the schools as well for traveling up here today to give a report. And Dr. Neal, thank you for everything. If there's no other business, I will entertain a motion for adjourning. We have a move and a second. All in favor? All right.